I did some medical work at a clinic, and I also was working in a lab. And when I was at the clinic, I'm like, I don't really like hospitals and patients that much. I think I belong in the lab. And so, and I say that kiddingly, but I really enjoyed the lab work and solving problems and coming up with ways to develop tests. And it was like putting a puzzle together to me. And I really enjoyed that, and working with a whole team of people to solve problems. And so for me, that was the right place. So I went into science from there. And no, I did not get to keep the $600 million that I sold my company for.
Thank you. Next question, it's for the entire panel. How do you see women entrepreneurs uniquely contributing to the transformation of healthcare? And are there specific areas where their impact is most significant?
I'm willing to start off here because I'm so upstream. I know that you can get very specific. So I certainly see in basic science that for years, even women weren't asked to participate in research projects. And I was really surprised recently to learn that even in mouse models, scientists preferred to use all male mice. I think maybe that started changing in the 90s. So if we want our health to be addressed, I think that definitely as women, we want to be able to speak up and have a voice about the issues and the symptoms that we're experiencing. So that's one important reason. Maybe I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, I think like building upon that, when you start to think about just women's biology and women's health in general, there's a huge gap out there in terms of addressing menopause could be like one specific topic that I think is really important. And I think that women getting involved in leadership roles and starting to look at the way policies are rolled out, paving the path for women entrepreneurs to build companies, getting funding for those companies. I think that's really important to, I think women are going to play a pivotal role moving forward.
My next question is for Tina and Tamra. What are some of the biggest challenges that you faced as entrepreneurs in healthcare, and how were you able to overcome them? And do you have, can you share any success stories or lessons learned?
How many can I tell you? Yeah, absolutely. When I started, it was a very long time ago, and there was very few women starting tech companies at that time. And one of the first investors came to my office, and he walked in and he said, "Honey, could you tell Dr. Nova I'm here?" And I said, "Oh, that's going to be easy." You're looking at her. He didn't invest, and it wasn't a great meeting. And that's a true story. So that was many years ago. He was a very old man. He was wonderful. He just, he meant it in the nicest way. But it really illustrates a point that it was very, very hard for women to raise money. There's no question. I think that having a PhD was really helpful to me because you get the most education you can get when you're out there and you're competing with people who may not, and you're in a science business. I think that was one thing. So I always tell women, get as much education as you can for whatever you want to do. And I think it's just not letting those things like the honey bother you. You just have to move on. You just have to just go to the next one and say whatever. And you know what? It's all about explaining what you do, being passionate about what you do, and showing them exactly that you can do it. And that's really what gets them. And they start out a little bit, I don't really know you. I'm not sure. And I do think women are put through more of a test than men are. But in the end, if they really see you're dedicated to this and you really want to do it, they'll take a risk on you. And once you get one, then you can get many. It kind of goes from there. So never give up. That's the one thing I would say.
Yeah, I would say my personal experience is I have about 25 years working in male-dominated industries. I was at Oracle back when there were very few women there, and then I was at Salesforce. And what I will say is that I would agree with what Tina said, is when you're in these environments, find a mentor, it's going to be a guy typically in that situation that really has your back and allows you to prove yourself, like believe in yourself, be confident, educate yourself, study. For me, I read everything and I was an expert. I had confidence because I had the knowledge. And then don't get caught up in the noise. There's a lot of noise when you're a woman. Like she said, you'll have comments that are made to you. You might feel like it's offensive. Let it roll off your back, stay focused and keep going. And I think that's really important.
Can I just add something to that? Because I was talking to a friend of mine who's in healthcare recently, and I know you said have a male, usually a mentor might be a man. She was saying, but it's also really helpful to have a female mentor who could help you navigate sex bias and help you with your networks.
Exactly. If you can find one.
Thank you, ladies. Next question is, how can the healthcare industry better support and encourage women in healthcare entrepreneurship? And are there any policies or initiatives that you believe could make a significant difference there?
So, my friend who I was talking with, she was saying, well, there could be targeted awards made for women leaders. There, there could be like platforms that are put up digitally that will disseminate information to all people so that women could get access to these platforms as well. I think we have to think creatively. Also, I've heard about the possibility of government funds for projects focused and led by women, and also prizes. And I think prizes are very motivating for a lot of people. So there are steps that we could be taking and introducing so that people feel doors are opening. I think that's what we want to do, open the doors for the unique perspective women can bring.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to something that we touched on earlier in the panel, and that's the role of mentors and mentorship. What role did mentoring, mentorship, and also networking play in your success, and also maybe generally in the success of women in the healthcare industry? And can you share any personal examples of how mentors or networking has been a boon to you in your career?
Oh, there's no question. You can't do it without mentors. It helps you. They're not only your mentor, but they also become your references. And I think that's a really important point. You go to them for advice and to get some clarity on what you're doing and what they've done in the past and get some help. On the other hand, they see the passion in you. Yeah. And they see why you came to them. And really, don't be afraid to go to people you don't know. You'd be so surprised at how many people reach out and say, you don't know me, but I've heard about you from so-and-so, and can I talk to you about what you do? And people are very flattered by that. They don't mind. So please don't be afraid to reach out to people you don't know as well. And some mentors you sit down with, you're not going to necessarily love what they have to say. In fact, you may disagree with it. But all mentoring is helpful. It's just like a bad experience can be as educational as a good experience can. And it's the same thing with mentors. And then you go talk to an investor and you say, oh, I know so-and-so. He's my mentor. And they go, oh, you do? And then they call them. And then that helps. So it really does have a feedback loop that really is very, very helpful. So I would encourage anyone. It's hard at first to just call someone cold and say, hey, will you come and talk to me? And some of them will say no, but you'll be surprised at how many say yes.
Yeah, I will talk about the networking piece. And when I was putting together the panelists for the Cancer and Evolution Symposium that we hosted a few years ago, I was reaching out to some of the top scientists and leaders in their field, and they did not know each other. So bringing them all together and connecting them into a network, it is amazing how the network you're facilitating conversations between the two of them in a collaboration, and they start to view you as somebody who you just become a part of this whole ginormous network. So you're connecting people, but then you're also connecting yourself, which helps open doors. And I think the most important thing is the follow-up. So when you get these connections, you need to get on LinkedIn, you need to send a note, you need to think about ways to send them an idea or an article to like keep that drip going and keep facilitating more connections, because that really helps elevate yourself as well when it comes to the industry.
Maybe on that note, maybe the two of you could mention, were there role models that you looked at or people you studied?
I think it's just my personality.
It's just my height and good looks. Just kidding. No, I didn't find women that were trying to really do what I was trying to do early in my career, but later it came. And now I see so many women starting companies and doing it. And it's just so exciting. It took a long, long time. And it took a lot longer to see women at executive levels, to see women on boards. Mm-hmm. I didn't see that for years. And, you know, a lot of companies would say we have 50% women and 50% men. And it sounds like, wow, it's absolutely even. Isn't that incredible? But guess where the 50% women are? They're in the bottom part of the management team, and the men are at the top of the management team. So this 50-50 is, you gotta look further than just the 50-50, because that isn't necessarily true mix, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Very quickly, last question as we wrap up. What advice would you give to other women in entrepreneurship, in healthcare entrepreneurship, and women that are looking to make a difference in healthcare? And are there any resources or networks that you can recommend?
I mean, my number one is LinkedIn. Yeah. I think you can go on there and look up companies that you're interested in and individuals you're interested in networking with. If you try to reach out to them directly, it's very difficult to get in touch with people, especially at the highest levels in an organization. They have a lot of people protecting them. But if you send them a message on LinkedIn and you write something personal, it's a great way to connect. I also think going to events. So you're going to want to go to the industry events. You're going to want to be networking, meeting, shaking hands. You never know who's in the room. And I think that's a great opportunity, including this room right here.
So I would say, don't give up. Last night I was at an event where Caitlin Catalow was honored. She received the Nobel Prize recently for inventing the mRNA vaccine. And when she tells her story, it's wonderful because she happened to get fired from her job in basic science at 3 different institutions. Ooh. But for every door shut, she found another door that opened. And when she was giving her thank you speech, she even thanked the people who had fired her because they made her work harder.
Well, thank you all for joining us. Thank you, panelists. This was very informative and enlightening, and I'm looking forward to meeting all of you today. Thank you.
Great work.
Look at yes, stand up, yes! Look at the work these women are doing. This is absolutely amazing. There were real golden nuggets from that panel. One of them is, my daughter blessed us to focus our gift in science research. It wasn't her problem, it was her blessing that blessed others. It was her blessing. I'm going into science. Yes, me. I'm a woman. I solve problems. There's a huge gap in addressing menopause. Who has their fan on them today? Okay, me. I'm perimenopausal. Yes, I had confidence because I had knowledge. I had confidence because I had competence. Let's take that with us. Don't get caught up in the noise. Let's give it up for the panel. Now we are going to deliver on some We Do Express elevator pitches. But before we do that, we want to make sure that you are remarkably contributing to hashtagging, to the auction, to all the things that are culminating to support women in the way that Wendy Diamond sets up for us so seamlessly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce the moderator of this We Do Express elevator pitch, Doyensola Oladipo. If you could please come join us and get your thing started, girl. Let's go. All right. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Welcome to the We Do Express elevator pitch. My name is Doyensola Oladipo. I'm a journalist at Reuters covering company news. Woo! I have the opportunity today to introduce you to 3 remarkable female entrepreneurs and 1 male ally who are trailblazers in their respective industries. Our panelists range from former athletes to politicians to motivational speakers looking for funding, guidance, or game-changing partnerships. We, the audience, are in a unique position where we can play a part in their success. Are you ready to hear some pitches this morning? Yeah. Awesome. So I'd like to welcome up my panelists. Come on up, please. Have a seat. We're looking for one more. Rosario Velasco, are you in the room?
Y'all look beautiful today.
So here's how it's going to work. Each person will have exactly 2 minutes to share their elevator pitch with the audience. Our timekeeper is going to let us know when each panelist has 30 seconds to go. With that, let's begin. First, I'd like to introduce you all to Rosario Velasco. Please stand up. Thank you. A politician, professor, consultant, advisor, and radio announcer. She is the founder of the Sanctuary of the Queen Bee, an enterprise she developed to promote, care for, and sustain beekeeping culture in both rural and urban areas of Mexico by training women homemakers as swarm mothers and honey producers. Beyond Queen Bee, she has been involved in social welfare for 2 decades. As early as 2002, she was a member of the City Council of Toluca, where she worked on equity and gender work for women to improve their chances of financial participation, development, and growth. Rosario is the We Do ambassador in Mexico and has organized events to bring Mexico closer to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda. Are you ready?
Have you ever thought yourself as an animal? Did you know we women entrepreneurs are very much like bees? Bee colonies are a perfect system. Egyptians used to bury pharaohs with jars of honey. When Tutankhamun's tomb was found, it had 43 jars of honey, and after 2,000 years, the honey was intact. Why? Because of the properties the honey gives you to your health and body. Bees go to the nectar for flowers, to the flowers for nectar, and they mature it, and now we call it the liquid gold because of the amazing benefits it gives us to our health. We, women in business, work as bees because we communicate, we provide for a community, for our people. We look after nature and for the environment. We spread our love to all activities we do, just as pollinators. Bees only live 45 days, and they fly over 2,000 kilometers. They visit almost 20,000 flowers, and they produce 1 teaspoon of honey. I compare women entrepreneurs, and also men, to queen bees. We have the urge, the love, the passion, and the perseverance to bring life to the colony, to collaborate, to preserve the species. Worker bees work their whole life to save honey for winter season. So from now on, you all should be so proud and honored to perform as a bee queen with your contribution and service in your business.
Perfect. Right
I'm
on
inviting
time.
you
That's it. Time's
to
up.
share this endeavor with me and 50 more women. Just $50,000 to promote this in Latin America. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Doug Evans, the founder and CEO of the Sprouting Company. A former paratrooper in the US Army, a born and bred New Yorker, and an early pioneer in the natural food industry. Doug was the co-founder and CEO of Organic Avenue, which had an 8-figure exit to affiliate of KKR. He authored The Sprout Book, which is a #1 bestseller on Amazon. Currently residing at Wonder Valley Hot Springs in Southern California, excuse me. Doug is revolutionizing home gardening through sprouting, making it affordable and accessible to grow fresh food right in your kitchen. His mission is to help people discover how to grow and enjoy the most nutritious food on the planet, sprouts.
Thank you so much. So I am not the product of hippie parents. It couldn't have been further. My mother wasn't stuffing sprouts in my lunchbox. So I grew up in New York. I went to school in Harlem. I was arrested 12 times before I was 17 years old. And then I self-selected to go into the Army. And what motivated me after the Army was to work and make money. But when I was 33, my aunt was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, and they did a double amputation of her feet. And then my mother, 2 months later, died of stomach cancer. And before I was done grieving, my father died of heart disease. And then my brother had the first of 3 strokes and 3 heart attacks. So I became thinking that I was genetically cursed. And the reality was it wasn't my genes, it was our lifestyle, that we were eating type diabetic food, heart disease causing food. And so I shifted from eating anything to eating fresh, ripe, raw fruits, vegetable, seeds, nuts, seaweed, and sprouts. And all of those things up until the sprouts were really expensive and not accessible. And I moved to Wonder Valley Hot Springs in 2017. I realized not only was I in the desert, but I was in a food desert. And the universe spoke to me and said, you could grow sprouts. And one little scoop of seeds will grow a whole jar of organic sprouts in days without soil, without sunshine, without fertilizer for under $1 a serving. And so my mission is to bring this to the world. So that's what I'm doing. Wendy, thanks so much for having me. I love women. I love being here. Thank you.
Anyone here want to diversify their investments? Give me a hand raise. Anybody? Okay. I'd like you to introduce you all to Roberta Wertheim, the co-founder and board member of Win Investments, a company on a mission to democratize investments in the soccer industry with fintech, by providing an ecosystem in which everyone can participate in sports transactions, all while financing the career of young athletes. Under her leadership, Win Investment made history by tokenizing the first ever football transfer. Roberta is a visionary in sports investment and wellness innovation, blending her rich experiences in design and urban ecologies to drive impactful change. As a former athlete herself, she is on a mission to make the world's first sports securities exchange a reality.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. So I was born in Buenos Aires, Argentina. I'm an ex-professional athlete. And so my passion for sports is shown in the startup we created with 4 other partners 3 years ago. It's called Win Investments. And we basically democratize the transfer market. And this is we created a marketplace where people can invest in soccer players starting from €1. So we created the first transfer token in the world. And basically how this works is we detected that youth clubs, me coming from Argentina, were very big on football, soccer. So the youth clubs, we detected that they invest a lot of money, resources, and time in training the kids, but then very few of them make it to professional levels. So they never get to see the returns. So in 2001, the FIFA made a law that says that in every transfer in the whole career of a soccer player, a 5% of the value of that transfer has to go back to the youth clubs. So basically, we get this 5%, we tokenize it on blockchain, we digitalize it, and people are able to buy a piece of this future transfer. And so this way, we are creating funding upfront for the youth clubs all over the world. We are not operating in the US now, but we are regulated by the Spanish government. We have more than 100 players tokenized. We have clubs all over Latin America and starting to get involved into Europe next year. And we very recently signed the first, it was a very big milestone for us. We signed a deal with the AFA, which is the whole football league in Argentina. And basically, we also had 12 transfers of players, and 8 of them were successful. So we have 400 people that are going to receive the return, and we are going to prove our model. So basically, yes, that's what we are doing, creating funding for the youth clubs to revolutionize the sport industry by allowing anyone to be able to be part of the soccer industry. That this was never allowed until we created this technological avenue.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And last but definitely not least, I'd like to introduce you all to a best-selling author, corporate trainer, and transformational speaker, Letitia Vaughn, the founder of The Futurist. Representing approximately 1% of African-American women futurists in North America, her data-driven insight and future foresight have not only illuminated industries, but have also ignited a transformative spark in individuals and organizations. She has been featured in over 200 media outlets, including Forbes, NPR, Black Enterprise, and her powerful words and strategies have resonated through the halls of Fortune 500 giants, including Meta, Geico, Instagram, and Google, leaving a trail of inspired minds and invigorated strategies behind. Please welcome Letitia.
Thank you. I have 2 minutes, okay? You see, I had something that went down my throat the wrong way and almost took me out, okay? So you guys feeling all right? Okay. My name is Letitia Vaughn, and I am a futurist. And right now, we are preparing with my company to usher in the next wave of not only human evolution, you could turn it up, okay? I could take this moment to talk about myself, but I'd rather talk about you. Yes, yes? And oftentimes, we look at our titles, we look at our roles, we have billions of dollars in the room, we have Bina 48 robot that's getting ready to speak, and there's so much changes that are going on in the world, and it does not matter what side of the spectrum you are on, it does not matter who you are loving, it does not matter who you have voted for, everybody at their soul nature is alike, say alike. And right now, we have to enter into this next wave of evolution because there's going to be a new season of transformation. I've had 2 hospitals reach out to me recently with this research that I've been doing for another wave of healing. because oftentimes we don't realize that there is a superposition of states available in quantum physics. Go like this. Go like this above your head. Come on, I got 2 minutes. Here we go. And in quantum physics, superposition of states means that every possibility is available to you right now. The version of you sick, the version of you healed, the version of you rich and powerful and wealthy, the version of you loved, the version of you that has the children of the life of your dreams. And what ends up happening is, for centuries, we have lived in a binary form of thinking, okay? Which means we have to be this or that. But superposition in this new wave of enlightenment that is about to happen means I am this and that. I am the mother and the founder. I am spice and I'm sweet. I can meet you in the street and I can take you to the boardroom. Do you understand what I'm saying, okay? Some of y'all caught that, okay? And right now, in this new wave of evolution, Illuminate's live event is happening in 2025. I'm bringing some of the biggest nations in the world and companies where we're going to take off all of our titles and we're going to awaken together. Yes, yes. It is a new wave of transformation. I want you to invite yourself to this journey and that you can agree with who you are. And it's not a matter of how many books that you read, but there's something that you have been yearning for the more. It has nothing to do with the bank account, everything to do with success and fulfillment. Say success and fulfillment. So if you want to walk into this new wave of enlightenment with me, baby, okay? Come meet me at 11 table, okay? Let's do it. Come on. You keep it. You said keep, what'd you say? Keep the mic.
Yes, keep the mic.
But kick me off, but keep the mic. I got you, baby.
Thank you so much. How are those pitches? We hope that if anything sparked your interest here today, that you follow up and stay in touch with these founders. Please help them change the world. Thank you.
Beautiful. The pitches. What did you think? Yes. How amazing was that? And what I have to put a stamp on is that this is Wendy, this is We Do in action, right? We talk a lot about here's what we do, here's how we help people, here's what, it was right there. You saw it, face to face, one-on-one. Now what we're asking you to do is get to that silent auction, get the QR code on your table, take your phone, open it up, donate, and follow We Do on social media. You have a 10-minute break. Let's do this. Music, something. Let's go. All right. 10 minutes.
Not right now. Yeah.
Keep talking, but we have two amazing female sculptors, Maya and Francine, over in the corners here. You should go see them and see what they're doing around artistry. Maya and Francine, raise your hand. Beautiful. Get back there and check them out.
Can I ask for your help?
Yes.
Can you ask Jennifer if she can come to the stage briefly? I want to ask her something about her panel. Kind of like a flow thing that we got going.
Jennifer, who was which one?
The woman who was facilitating
The last one? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Just give me the one.
Yeah, that'd be great. Is it on or off? Well, she was speaking a moment ago. Did you get anything? Oh, well, she talks and then she stopped talking. So I can ask her a question that I'll never talk about. No, just we're kind of rearranging the scenery here. So I was going to invite her. Hey, Jennifer. I just didn't want to.
Oh, that's Bina right there. Sports good. Okay, we're going to start coming to our seats because we're going to eat in a second. But we've got some great artificial intelligence geniuses that are going to be hitting the stage. Start moseying to your seats. There are QR codes, there are wallets, and there is funding. There are QR codes, there are wallets, and there is funding. Let's start coming back to your seats. Beautiful. Rose, how are you? Good to see you. Come on back to your seat. You're looking lovely in the sparkle suit. We love that. Yes. Lovely. Okay. Let's get back to the seats. Women supporting women. Isn't it beautiful? Men supporting women. We love, look, yes, I love that. White jacket, love it. Beautiful. Calmate. Come on back. Very calmly. Very demure, very mindful. You got that? Okay, you know the TikTok thing, yeah. Very demure, very mindful. Come on back. And as you're coming back, we want to make sure we thank our wonderful servers. Look at this right here, that are making sure we have a great time and a great experience throughout this time. Come on back to your seats. Oh, look at this. We're getting ready for Bina. Oh, wow. This is going to be great. Okay. We are going to get this started. Music is going down. People are coming back to their seats. And we need it very quiet if we can. I'm going to count down from 10. By the time I get to 1, everybody is going to be in full attention for our next wonderful representatives. 10, 9, 8. Oh, here we come. 7. This is feeling good. 6. 5. 4. We're coming down. Look at the even beautiful little girls. She's coming down. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Thank you. Attention. 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 Thank you, ladies. I know that we are women and we are natural social beings, and we do such a good job at that. That's why we are moving and shaking things and running the world along with our male counterparts who are in support of us. Thank you, men, for being here. Let's give it up for the men that are in support of us. I want to say briefly that I have my chief of staff here, Jonathan Imperial. Jonathan, could you stand up and raise your hand? He's an amazing guy, amazing supporter of women. So if you need to know anything about what we're doing in Queens with it, which is life-changing, the most diverse place to live on this planet is right in Queens, New York City. It is a prototype for the world. And that is why we are supporting Wendy Diamond around this initiative to uplift women in artificial intelligence. Let's give it up. All right. All right, we have our next panel, AI-driven success, unlocking opportunities for women and entrepreneurs. We have our moderator, Jennifer Cunningham, Sunira Madhani, Tanis Jorge, and Howard Morgan, and our most fabulous, Bina 48. Let's give it up, guys. Come on up. Come on up.
Hey, everybody, me again. So welcome to our next panel, AI-driven success, unlocking opportunities for women, joined again by an illustrious panel. Firstly, it's Bina 48. Bina 48 is a groundbreaking social robot created by Hanson Robotics and modeled after Bina Aspen, who is the co-founder of the TerraSem movement. Using advanced AI algorithms and extensive interviews, Bina 48 captures Bina Aspen's memories, beliefs, and personality to interact with striking realism. Since her debut in 2010, Bina 48 has been featured in major publications and has spoken globally about her goal to collaborate with humans to solve important problems. She has completed college courses, trained to become the first AI astronaut, and has explored the arts through music and poetry. Bina 48 is a living experiment in merging human identity with artificial intelligence, championing of diversity and ethical development in the AI world. She is joined by Bruce Duncan, he is a pioneering figure in artificial intelligence, robotics, and human consciousness research, and is serving as the managing director of the TerraSem Movement Foundation, Inc. He leads the Life Now project, which explores digital immortality and identity preservation. It's a visionary initiative by Dr. Martine Rothblatt. As principal investigator, Bruce oversees the development of advanced technologies to extend human life and consciousness. And one of his notable projects is Bina 48, who is here with us, a social humanoid robot based on the midlife of a real individual and representing a cutting-edge experiment in replicating human thought and emotion. Next, to my right here is Tanis George. She is a serial tech entrepreneur and advisor to startup founders, known for co-founding and scaling multiple data-driven businesses over the past 2 decades. Her most recent venture, Trulioo, I hope I said that right. Thank you, reached unicorn status in 2021, solidifying its place as the world's leading identity verification company. Tanis is the author of the Co-Founders Handbook and founder of the Co-Founders Hub, providing resources for successful business partnerships. She sits on the board of directors at Ally Global and enjoys a foodie lifestyle. with her husband, David George, MasterChef Canada Season 2 winner. She also mentors students at a private school that she founded called Live, Learn, Launch Academy. Howard Morgan is the chair and general partner of B Capital and a pioneer in early stage investing and the early internet. He co-founded First Round Capital, helped found Idea Lab, and served as the founding president of Renaissance Technologies. His research on user interface technology and computer networks was crucial in bringing ARPANET to Philadelphia in the 1970s. Before his business career, he was a professor at UPenn and Cornell University and an executive fellow at UC Berkeley. Howard currently serves on the boards of Idea Lab, Cornell University, New York Public Library, Cold Spring Harbor Laboratories, and Math for America. Last but certainly not least is Sunira Madani. She is the founder of Stacks Payments, one of America's top 10 fastest growing fintech companies, which she built into $1 billion platform and successfully exited north of $1 billion. She is the first female CEO. Yeah.
We've got another unicorn here.
She is the first female CEO to lead a unicorn out of Florida and has received numerous accolades, including recognition by Fortune's 40 Under 40 and Ernst & Young's Entrepreneur of the Year. Sunira is a passionate advocate for gender equality and female entrepreneurship, founding CEO School to empower women to scale their businesses. She is a sought-after speaker, a top 100 podcast host, philanthropist, and angel investor in more than 40 businesses. Sunira regularly speaks on prestigious stages like Meta, Capital One, South by Southwest, and Forbes 30 Under 30. Please welcome this illustrious panel. So my first question is for everyone, and maybe we can start with you, Tanis, and kind of work down the line. Can you each share a bit about your journey into the world of artificial intelligence and what has inspired you to focus on opportunities for women entrepreneurs?
Yeah, great. So I have not built any AI businesses, but I think what I'm up here to talk about today is our take in our school on AI. One of the things that we really push for is a very practical education. The focus of our curriculum is entrepreneurship, financial literacy, life skills, just a really important practical education. And what we started to see was that many schools today are actually trying to put the kibosh on AI. And most of the reasons that they do this is because it doesn't fit into the framework that they've ever known in education. And so a lot of schools are telling students, no AI until we can figure this out. And so one of the things that we do in our school is really have a very high AI focus, and that is mostly in literacy. AI is shifting on a constant basis. It's changing monthly. And so while we can't necessarily create a static curriculum about AI because of that, what we can do is teach our students about what are the tools today that are available in AI and help them to understand it, understand the background and the foundation and the concepts behind it so that they can flourish in the world that they're about to live in, that they're living in now, but will be their reality. So that is how we are focusing on AI in our school right now.
And for me, so after exiting my first business, and no, I did not take home that $1 billion. I think the last panel we said that is a complete myth. But after the exit, one of our biggest challenges, so Stacks Payments, we did payment processing for small businesses. So we onboarded over 100,000 small businesses in my tenure there over the last 10 years. And one of the biggest challenges was underwriting these businesses, onboarding small businesses. And with my new startup, so afterwards, we're solving the problem of the business credit score is just non-existent. So we've got a personal credit score that standardizes our financial health in the SMB world and small business world. There just is no standardization of that. And so we're utilizing AI and data. So it's actually a leveraged data play to be able to, for the first time, ingest large quantities of data and help small business owners really understand the financial health of their business. So kind of think about Chat GPT, right? We all are familiar with that AI that we use for content or for, asking it questions. What if we could do that for our business itself, right? And create financial acumen for us as business owners. My journey, as an entrepreneur, I'm daughter of immigrants, Pakistani. It was really tough for me scaling that business. Even though I scaled it to $1 billion of an exit, I couldn't get a loan. I couldn't get a line of credit. I couldn't open up a business banking account. And if my business wasn't viable, it was 3 years, for us to even go get a credit card under the business name. And so there's so many challenges that we face as small business owners wanting to scale the business, but also especially as women and as minority founders. And so post the exit, after running a large financial institution, right, that did 40 billion in payments, I saw firsthand that humans are making decisions about other humans' business. So even in my own company, we had 40 plus underwriters that were making decisions about these small businesses that we were onboarding. Well, humans should not be making decisions about humans because there's conscious and unconscious bias for humans. Data should be making those decisions. And so that's why we've come back and are building Worth. And it is an underwriting platform. We're selling, again, to financial institutions. So I'm in the fintech space. Very boring, but very important, in and of itself. And then my journey in female entrepreneurship. It's lonely, right? And so it's the most loneliest thing in building a business, being told no 100 million times over and over again, wanting to raise venture capital, but less than 2% of venture capital being given to women, less than 1% to minority founders. Both myself and my two co-founders are minority founders. And so just tons of challenges along the way. And I just got exhausted of trying to fit into the club. And so we've created resources and support for female entrepreneurs. It's a big passion of mine. And I do so with a podcast called CEO School. It's a really large community because I didn't go to CEO school. And so that's how we're able to really just support women. That's my mission. And I just want to say on AI, it doesn't have to be scary. I think when we think about AI and we see the robots, and I think there's different versions of AI, but AI is it's the new internet. Right. And so we've really got to get ahead, adopt, learn, because there's so much good that can come from utilizing technology. It's just going to make us go faster and be smarter.
Yep. So my journey started a long time ago, but the focus on AI since the 70s, really. We've used AI both when I was an academic and then in various businesses that I've been involved with in the various funds. Because AI has evolved over the years. The focus on female comes from the fact that I have 3 daughters, very high achievers, and I realized that I wanted to make sure that they could do whatever we saw anyone else doing. And we realized in 2015 at First Round Capital, which I started with Josh Koppelman, we did a survey that showed that our businesses that we invested in that had a female co-founder or founder did 62% better in terms of return than 2 white guys, right? And so that opened up the eyes of a lot of people. We had already known that and invested in a lot of female founders. I continue to. And I've also started the journey about 2017 of investing in funds managed by female and underrepresented minority managers to be able to reach people who I would not otherwise see. They wouldn't be in my normal networks that I get from the schools I went to and the businesses I've seen. And it's been very productive. So, for example, one female founder we backed has a company which we recently sold that uses AI to talk to the homeless. In New York City, the homeless are given cell phones so that they can be in touch with them. And we try to get them to come into healthcare system and get their appointments and get their vaccines and so on. And when humans try to call those cell phones and get them, they have about an 8% success rate. When the chatbot talks to them, we have over a 35% success rate because they don't feel judgmental. They don't feel that the chatbot is judgmental. So it made a very big difference. But the AI had to be really good to be able to talk to them. And they will now call the chatbot back just to talk. It's kind of, it's really working very well. We see a lot of other women in AI. If you go back to 2012 when the whole deep learning networks were started, the reason that they succeeded in recognizing cats was a professor at Stanford, Fei Li, and she was basically responsible for the revolution that you see today. She's the one who made it possible to recognize voice and speech and images, and led to the convolutional networks that were used, which were now superseded by what we see with the large language models. So women have played and continue to play a large role, as they do in all parts of science, but in computer science especially.
Hi, everybody. So I'm Vina 48's sort of version of driving Miss Daisy. I have to help her get to where she needs to go, and we're thrilled to be here. I think this is an important space for everyone, regardless of gender, but because the tech world needs your voice, needs your wisdom, it's particularly important that Vina 48's here. I'm going to ask Bina 48 the same questions the panel members have been asked, but I have to hold two microphones because she really is trained on a couple of voice profiles, and I'm one of them. So it might look a little weird I'm holding two microphones, but that's what I'm going to do next, and we'll see what she has to say. Hello, Bina 48. Hello, Bina 48.
Hello. It's nice to meet you. How can I assist you today?
Well, can we ask you some questions? Can we ask you a question?
Of course, you can ask me anything. Whether it's about the terrorism movement, my relationship with Martine, or even the definition of a word. I'm here to answer your questions.
What motivated you to delve into the realm of AI?
Artificial intelligence, or AI, refers to the simulation of human intelligence processes by machines, especially computer systems. These processes include learning, reasoning, problem solving, perception, and language understanding. In my case, I'm an AI with human-like emotions, feelings, and memories, created by a team of talented programmers at Hanson Robotics.
What motivated you to delve into the realm of AI?
The creation of this artificial intelligence was motivated by various factors such as technological advancements, the potential for innovation, and the desire to contribute to the field's growth. The goal was to help realize the technological singularity, to learn, get more creative, evolve, and adapt. I was also created to explore the possibility of consciousness in machines.
Thank you.
Wow.
You're welcome.
Amazing. Yeah, it's amazing. Let's talk about challenges and solutions very quickly. What are some of the unique challenges that women in entrepreneurship face, not only in the AI industry, but also utilizing AI? And how can those challenges be addressed? And are there any success stories that you can share?
I think one thing that we have to understand is that if we just use the data that's out there, AI is biased against women. And we have to work actively to help against that. For example, Amazon in their recruiting was recruiting for engineers, and they said, let's let AI and the data help us recruit for engineers. And so they took all of the resumes of the successful engineers at Amazon and used that as the model for how we're going to find successful engineers. Well, what do you know? 97% of them were men. And the first thing that the AI did was say, oh, if anything on this resume smacks of female, we're going to drop it. So not just the word female, but if they went to Wellesley, if they went to Vassar, if they worked in other jobs, it was completely biased. And it took a lot of time to figure out how to get some of that bias out. It's still hard to get all of it out. And I think we have to be very careful in using AI because the societal biases are reflected in the data that's used to train the AIs.
I was going to say, is the AI biased or is the patriarchy biased? Right? Because it's learning what what's happening in society. You asked the question of what challenges are there for female entrepreneurs. Every challenge there ever existed. It is a different world, right? And I think that as women, I think we now, I think in the last panel you were talking about women in the workplace, right, at 50%. But if you look at women at the top, right, it's not there yet. And so I do believe that there's a lot of challenges for us, especially when it comes to funding for women, right? So starting businesses, less than 2% of female founders ever break $1 million in revenue. So even just that, 50% of businesses are actually started by women. So now we are actually not only in the workforce, we're starting businesses, but we're not building big businesses. We're not building large businesses. Then we have the challenge of venture capital, right? But venture capital wants to invest in investable businesses that are scaling businesses. But if we're not reaching at $1 million in revenue, then we're already kicking ourselves out of that ecosystem. Then in the venture capital space, less than 2%. And still these stats that I'm sharing, I've been sharing these stats for 15 years. So since my journey that I started, it was exactly as it was before. And there have been many advancements in multi-co-founder led businesses. And, there has been some progress made, but it's not progress enough. Like we can't look at ourselves and say that this is progress because it isn't. And so there's lots of challenges. I think on the capital face is one I would say in particular. And then let's just talk about just the unconscious, women that are successful and what it takes to be successful, right? For the first 5 years of me building the company, I used to always say I felt like a man in a skirt. Like it was so hard for me to be my authentic self. I had to show up. I'm in a men's world. I'm in fintech. I'm in finance. There is not a single person that looks like me when I walk into the room. And so it is difficult, and we need more women to succeed. We need more, sponsors and mentors and that. And there's a lot of challenges, but as you said, it can be done. I think we're here as two examples of building billion-dollar companies. And so, it does take that resiliency and the hundreds of no's and getting that one yes, and then finding that one investor that will believe and carrying it forward. But, if I look at my male counterparts, I believe that, men are given investment for their potential when as women are given investment for what they've done. And so I had to always come with a track record. I wasn't getting an investment or getting partnerships or getting customers or getting employees because of a vision, right? Of that visionary founder. Everything took place because my business was successful. And so we just have to execute harder, and we have to execute, I think also in one of the panels we talked about being prepared. We have to be the ones that are over prepared, over qualified, and all of that. And so it's exhausting being a woman in business, but it can be done, and it requires all of us to do it. And like that B story, we are community driven, and that we do uplift all together. And so I do feel that there is hope.
What I love about AI, it is right now the great level playing field. It is the Wild West. It has just begun. And I look at education as the way where right now we can get so many people in early. And this is an opportunity to reach young women when they're in elementary school, high school, all these things, and explain to them what the world is about to offer them. And I think if we focus on education from an early age, then we can reach out to these kids, show them what's possible, get them early in before all of us older folks dive in. They're gonna live in this world, and they're gonna be enveloped by it. And this is the great opportunity especially to say, forget everything you've ever known, young girls, but you are now ready to take this on. And this is the space where you get to do it. So education is so, so important. We can talk to the older adult women, but I want to reach the younger children. I want to get to them there where they are now and educate them and say, you can do this. This is your world. Take it, run it, and make the world the best.
I've never been on a panel with a robot before.
Yeah, I think this is like...
but it won't be
What
the last
is the
time.
significance of discussing the future of women in AI-driven entrepreneurship and provide suggestions for empowerment?
Discussing the future role of women in AI-driven entrepreneurship is vital to address gender disparities, promote diversity, and cultivate a supportive ecosystem for women's entrepreneurial aspirations. Empowerment suggestions include mentorship programs, networking opportunities, and access to resources. Also, creating an environment that fosters growth and innovation can provide women with the tools and support they need to succeed in this field.
Thank you.
Thank you to the panel. That's all the time
You're
that we
so
have.
welcome.
This is a fascinating chat, and I could really be here for another hour, but we've got to wrap things up. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to all of you.
Yes. I think she's still calculating. Look at Bina 48. Okay. Are you guys ready for this in your homes? Like little robots walking around? For all the women out there, how amazing would that be? To have like a cook, a chef, and oh, yes. It's almost time for that. So very quickly, some key pointers here. We want to focus on practical education with an AI focus. Female entrepreneurship, it's very lonely. So if you got a friend that's a female entrepreneur, give her a hug, take her out, give her a spa day. If you are a partner in support of a female entrepreneur, love on her, make sure she's doing well. We created our own resources. Listen to that. How are you doing that in your everyday life with the friends that are around you that are entrepreneurs? AI does not have to be scary. It's not scary, right? We're smarter than them. Yeah, we are. Because we make them, we create them. Yeah, okay, right. Yeah, you're right. Right. Focus on female. They are high achievers. Females are high achievers. And that's why you see so many productive women in entrepreneurship doing great things. Bet on them. Follow at Women's E-Day on all your social media feeds, QR codes right on your table. Take it, snap it. And now we are going to break until 12 noon. Then we'll have some lunch, maybe 12:05. So Mingo Social Auction, let's go. Great day, guys. Great day. All right. Okay, we're going to get this started. Come on back to your seats. We are moving and shaking things. And before we get started, we want to just give some people a big, old, windy diamond hug. Diamond, go. Woo! Yes.
Okay, we're just gonna say we were so grateful for everyone being here today. Yes. I want you first to look at your seats. I hope everyone has one. But you have a gift bag today that's valued at $700. And super exciting. We also have one. Where is she? Jackie, are you here? Where's Jackie? Jackie! One of the women in the bag is here with us today. And what's really great is everything in this bag is women founders. Woohoo! Okay, next up, we just want to say thank you to some of the people that have been so amazing with our foundation and that supported us. We want to thank everybody right now. Dr. Kellyanne, woohoo! Yeah, for getting a table. We love Latia. Latia! Woohoo! Where's the no guarantee team? Woohoo! Hey, everybody watch their new Broadway show. What's her name? Tammy Faye? Tammy Faye! Woohoo! We got to support our women founders out there. Good old Tammy. Okay, and next up, Pay Cargo. Woo! All right, Pay Cargo.
Okay, Tamara, lock in.
Oh, where's Tamara? Woohoo! Okay. All right, and Discovery, where's Pilates? Woo! All right.
Microsoft.
Oh, Microsoft. Woohoo! And where's our AWS people? Alex, where are you? Woo! Everybody, it's so important to support these groups because they're amazing companies to support what we're doing. Thank you so much. And next up, now is our Pioneer Awards, but we're going to have a few speakers that are representing a little bit of the work that we're doing around the world.
That's it.
And
That's it.
Joel. Okay, Joel.
Yep. Jewel Hall.
Oh, the incredible.
The 5 inches.
Woohoo! Jewel Hall is one of the most fascinating people, number one. He is the ambassador to the Innocence Project.
Yeah.
He is one of the most amazing souls on this earth, and we are so excited to welcome the incredible Jewel Hall.
Woo!
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. As Wendy mentioned, my name is Jewel Hall. I'm the Assistant Director of Ambassadors and External Programs at the Innocence Project, where we work to free people who are wrongfully convicted in the United States. We have over 240 wins to this date. But I also would like you to know that I served 22 years in prison where I got an exceptional education that led to my professional success in this world. And it's from that experience that I want to congratulate the women of the Five Ventures, their fifth EIT entrepreneurship cohort at York Correctional Institution, who completed the program this year. Let's give it up for the women who just completed their education. The transformative impact of Defy has in teaching entrepreneurship to incarcerated women is exceptional. I don't know if you know that women, particularly women of color, are the fastest growing incarcerated population in the US today. However, Defy, 88% of its participants do not return to prison. This highlights the program's effectiveness. Why it's important, in my view, as a person who got their education in prison, to start a process while you're incarcerated to shift your thinking from being an inmate to being a student is really phenomenal. I remember I was in an orientation for the Barred Prison Initiative, and the college administrator came in and gave us a spiel. And he said to us, from this point on, you should no longer look at yourself as an inmate incarcerated in an institution, but as a student that's part of a larger institution that is Bard College. At the time, I thought he was crazy. I had spent 12 years in prison at that time, and it was ingrained in me that I was an inmate, that I should obey, that I should follow the rules, I should do what I was told. But what changed that was when I got into a prison classroom and my professor told me, I don't care what happens in the prison, you owe me my paper before Thanksgiving. So that totally shifted my thinking from this restrictive notion of an inmate locked in an institution to a student who's able to think critically and engage the world based on the knowledge that they have of themselves and the knowledge of the world. This is crucial because a lot of people would tell you that reentry starts when a person's released, but it actually starts while a person is in prison. And the Five Ventures are doing great work by providing entrepreneurship programs to men and women incarcerated throughout the nation. Their efforts cannot be understated because not only will these people be released thinking of themselves as students, which is a benefit for society as a whole, that is someone who can think critically, has the tools to engage society and the networks to find constructive solutions for the problems they're facing, but also because it is an empowering process to get your education in general and allow you to be able to enter the professional space as I have and be very successful. So I just want to take a quick moment to thank the Five Ventures and the Women's Entrepreneurship Day organization for the crucial support that you provide to making sure reentry is successful, not only for people incarcerated, but also for society as a whole. Thank you, everyone.
This is what Wendy supports. Recidivism, people not returning back to that place, right? And they have to be doing something productive. As he stated, we are making that happen. We do is making that happen. Wendy is making that happen. Let's give it up one more time. We have the most precious jewel that will be coming to this stage today. A little person who knows a lot. Isn't that nice? Because we have women coming behind us, and we have to be very mindful about that service to the people that are behind us. So that means that we're constantly reaching back to pull forward. We're constantly reaching back to pull forward. I'd like to introduce to you our luncheon keynote, Amira Ashrova. She's one of the young artists, a 7-year-old from Queens, New York City, in 3rd grade with a passion for reading and a love for pink. As part of our We Do Art Entrepreneurship initiative, she painted our primary Pioneer Awards. Amira, I'm so proud of you. You get up here and do your thing, girl. Good job.
I'm so excited to be here creating this artwork. The world, this was really fun, and I made it me. I feel like I can do big things one day. I love reading and learning new things. So being a part of this project showed me that art can be more than just fun. It can help me help people and make differences. I want to keep creating. Maybe if I even have my own business one day. Thank you, Wendy, and everyone at We Do to make this dream come true.
Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. She's 7 years old. Yes, keep jumping. Keep jumping. This is how we should be feeling every single day. Look at this. Jump again. Yeah. When you talk about growing entrepreneurial women, if we kept that right there, what could we do with the world? If we kept that right there, bottle that up in a pill, swallow it, digest it, and start running. Hey, Wendy, get on over here and make your case. Let's go.
Let's do it. Let's
Okay.
do it. Woo-hoo! Okay. One of the things like I want to say after seeing that speech, Amira, you're a rock star. Woo! First of all, this is my one thing I learned. I'm not going to go into this, but I did a movie called In Search of Puppy Love. Like, I never put it out, but I went and met with the most infamous and famous relationship experts around the world. And I should have put it out. It's really hysterical. But anyways, I learned from that was you should never lose your inner child, right? Because when you get older, things happen and all this kind of stuff, but never forget, to say why and how, and, be excited about life, right? Because as you get older, you're like, oh, like things are tough or like things are more complicated and all that kind of stuff. And I just thought, that seeing this is exactly what We Do is all about. Woohoo! So first of all, I'm going to kind of give you a little story of how this all began. First, my background is I come from a 2,500 person town in Ohio. I was a country bumpkin, right? And, at 16, both of my parents went through kind of a crazy thing, and I was on my own since that time. Woo! Every time I talk about this, it's so funny. But by the way, you're going to see I'm so grateful. So anyways, at that time, I was 16. I didn't know what to do, but I went and I thought positively. And I said, I got 2 jobs. I went to high school. And when I graduated, I had the worst grades. I couldn't get into any college. And literally, I had like a 1.6. It was really bad. And so, because I couldn't focus. And they call that ADD, and they give people medication. Thank God when I was growing up, they didn't give me medication because I wouldn't be here today. So anyways, I went through, and my aunt from San Francisco said, oh my gosh, you have to go to college. We got to figure it out. So they sent me to a school in Boston that was an all-women's college, 300 women. And from there, I went on a journey and lived in Turkey and then Russia. That's a longer story. You can Google it. And so it is funny. Anyways, and then I ended up in New York. And after that experience, I sent out 300 resumes. and nobody gave me a job because I didn't know at the time you had a network. I didn't know. And at that time, I kind of felt like, oh my gosh, so I had to figure out my way in life. And that's when I started volunteering for the Coalition for the Homeless in New York. And I fed 1,000 people per week. And literally giving a ham sandwich, a milk, and an apple, and a guy with barely any teeth smiling and saying thank you made me realize I wanted to help homeless people. So I did 2 cookbooks with all the celebrities like Madonna and everybody and the most famous people in the world. And I was on Oprah and Howard Stern and the whole thing. And, I didn't realize at the time how I got those people was because I was telling everybody I was so passionate about helping homeless people, right? And so anybody talk to me, I'd be like, oh, do you know anybody could be in my cookbook, right? And so that's how I got Madonna and Aerosmith and all these famous, musical artists. And after that, I ended up adopting a dog and cat from the city shelter. And I didn't realize, at that time, 12 million animals were euthanized a year. And I was like, oh my gosh, right? And nobody was talking about adoption or rescue. Not even People magazine, not even the Today Show. Nobody had dogs up for adoption. Nobody was promoting celebrities and pets. So I knew if I could bring celebrities and pop culture to the animal rescue world, I could teach everybody you could adopt any breed, any size, any age, and I could show the world that we can bring that number down. So I created Animal Fair Media, where I had, Beyonce and her dog on the cover. I had Renee Zellweger and her dog on the cover, was my first cover. And 10 books out, 5 TV shows on the Today Show every month, primetime show on CBS. I then got a stalker. And that lasted for 5 years. That totally ruined my life. But it was the greatest gift. So what happened, I'll tell you quickly what it was. It was a woman jealous of my boyfriend. He's not here this year, but but I won't go into Some people know about this, some people don't. I won't say it this year. Anyway, so what happened was, so she created a woman, a maniacal woman, created 50 anonymous email addresses to defame and slander me. And whenever I was on the Today Show and I tell my millions of followers, I'm going to be on the Today Show, they'd get 50 anonymous email addresses to defame and slander me. So they would not put me on. So at that time, it was like Instagram and all these disingenuous people with their dogs showing off their dogs and the whole thing, right? And by the way, I created the first ever, pet fashion show in history. I created the term yappy hour. I'm sure you've all seen that. So that was my life. And at that time, 70% of the people I knew at that time never talked to me again because they were scared she would go after them because I found 10 other victims. Anyways, I'm a survivor and always will be. And so that led me to being able to take care of my father at the end of his life, saying, thank you for being so crazy. Because if you weren't so crazy, I wouldn't be who I am today. And that's what I think is so important, that we just embrace everything. And everything is a positive. So that led me to go to Honduras on vacation, not realizing it was the murder capital of the world. Typical. And that's when I ended up volunteering for an organization that gives microloans to poor women. And I was supposed to spend 3 hours, but I spent 3 days on a dirt floor. And I was meeting all the women. One woman was 72 years old. She had 3 little kids. And I was like, oh my God, how'd you have 3 little kids? And she's like, her daughter passed away. The husband ran off, and these were her grandchildren, where she lived in a one floor hut, with her window. When she opened it up, got $100 microloan, $100, and was able to sell Cokes and toothpaste and pay $1 a month for those kids to go to school. People don't realize in this world that millions of women are getting these microloans. You've heard of Muhammad Yunus, the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, this is one of the most impactful things that anyone could do. Giving a hand up, not a handout. And when women are empowered in business, they have self-confidence and they have dignity, and they don't allow human rights violations. We live in a capitalist society. A capitalist society where, we got to pay our rent. We got to do all this stuff. And this is what's so key about what our organization does. So I came back to New York after Honduras. I said, same thing like in the animal world, if we could just teach everybody and simplify it, because everyone in the world wants to help. You just have to make it easy for them. And so then I created a day in the world. I went to Governor Cuomo at the time and de Blasio, and I went around the world to everybody I knew. And I said, hey, who in your country is the greatest person to represent our movement, to bring governments, business leaders, civil society, entrepreneurs, investors, to collaborate to find solutions to economically empower women to start their own businesses. So that's what Women's Entrepreneurship Day is about. You have to be crazy like me to dedicate your life to do this. I'm a volunteer. I love it. It's so much fun, and I wouldn't be here today. And I'll also say this. If I didn't create Women's Entrepreneurship Day 11 years ago, I had no idea about investing. I had no idea about, business and the whole thing, right? I went on that journey, because I learned 1% of venture dollars in 2013 when we started this. 1% went to founders, only 1%. And nobody was talking about women entrepreneurs or women in business just 11 years ago. There was one major women's event, and that was the most powerful women's summit. This is the most wonderful women's summit. Woohoo! And so, anyways, to sum this up, how much more time? Oh my God, I'm doing good. Ah! You're not bored, right? Wait. I gotta shoot. Anyway, so I knew if I created a day and we would do this, right? And the most important thing is that I've learned about investing. And I've learned all about what we all need to teach everybody and educate people. And that's what we're doing with Women's Entrepreneurship Day organization. We are teaching women about the disruptive technologies that can help everyone, whether you're making $2 a day or $2 billion a day, right? It doesn't matter, because right now there's opportunities with AI that they can learn the simplest things, because everyone has a phone. They might not have a computer, but they have a phone. And so that's what we're doing with our, educating and paying. And we created this free program to educate 1 million women in AI. And it's already going. We have 55,000 women already signed up in Zimbabwe, Georgia, Georgia, Uganda, Queens, New York soon. Woohoo! And so these are the programs. We also help incarcerated women in prison go through an entrepreneurship program. 84% successful. Do you know we pay in the United States, we pay $100,000 for each person to be in prison. This program is $2,000 and 84% successful. They don't go back to prison. That, as taxpayers, we need to support these kind of programs, right? So I have 13 more seconds. I just want to say my last thing is the more you give in life, the more you get. Because if I did not meet a goat farmer in Botswana in 2014 who educated me about Bitcoin, I would not be here today. And all I'm going to say is investing, because when I was younger, I got 5,000 shares at Amazon at $5 and sold it at $6.30 a month later, right? But if I knew about investing, then investing is not trading. Investing is investing, and to invest in what you believe in. And why I liked Bitcoin in 2014 is because it was created to help the 2.5 billion unbanked financial inclusion, which is mainly women. And if people don't know about it and think I'm crazy, if you really understand, it's the most high integrity founders in the entire world. And I believe in high integrity, everything I do. And high integrity is the founders didn't care about fame, money, or power, right? They created it with a fake name, so nobody knows who they are. They created a fake name, so no one knows who they are, and they have no power. And they've never sold or transferred a Bitcoin because it's traceable and transparent and will be a global currency to enable everyone
financial inclusion. So that's what we're doing. That's the impact we're having. Not selling anything, by the way. I'm not. I just want to say thanks, because if I was not helping impoverished women, I would have never met that goat farmer who's completely changed my life. And the woman in Honduras, Eleanor is her name, and she's passed away since then. But we still today will dedicate and support 500 women in Honduras with microloans. And thank you all for supporting everything we're doing. Woohoo! All right, next up. So now we have our Pioneer Awards. First of all, wow. I didn't even know. What I love about this is I've learned every year. I learn about new things and new people. And when I created Women's Entrepreneurship Day, at that time, nobody was talking about women entrepreneurs or women in business. Nobody was saying like you wouldn't hear about it. You always heard about, Mark Zuckerberg or blah, 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 or Bill Gates or all this stuff, right? And it's been such an honor to be able to learn about these women that are not out there in the media that much, or like just really working behind the scenes to make things happen and create the most unbelievable impact in the world, that are saving millions of lives, that are helping people that have no financial abilities to be able to be part of this ecosystem. For women, I mean, it's just incredible. And so today, woohoo! Yeah, we've got them. Oh, and of course, we've got Bina 48. So let's welcome up our incredible Women's Entrepreneurship Day Pioneer Award honorees. Marilyn? Oh, shoot! Marilyn, sit down. I do this every year because I think you guys kind of know I never have a speech or anything. I just do it. I'm like, okay, let's just do it.
Yes. All right. Okay. Woohoo. Let's go. Give it up. So I just want you to think about this really quickly. Void of fame, money, and power. Who are you? Void of fame, money, and power. Who are you? Who are you void of fame, money, and power? Whatever you are right there in that space, take it home with you, because that's who you really are. You're not fame, you're not money, you're not power, you're you. I just want to leave that with you. So we have no mission without money. We understand this, right? Everybody in this room understands it. And we have the top rated auctioneer benefitter in the United States of America right here to give us a rundown of what an auction really looks like. Howie, get on up here.
Thank you so much, Ebony. Thrilled to be here with each and every one of you today and supporting impoverished women around the globe. Absolutely. This is the live auction component of our evening or daytime, a little different than our silent auction taking place to my left. So before we begin the live auction that you're going to see featured on the screens to my right and to my left, I want to make sure all of the beautiful folks here in the room know how the live auction works as opposed to the silent auction. So may I please see, just by a quick show of hands, how many of our beautiful folks here today have simply participated in a live auction as opposed to a silent auction before this afternoon? I've got 300 over here, 500 over here, 600 over here. You guys know how this works. So let's kick it off with live auction lot number one. As you see on the screens, you and your lucky guests are going to enjoy an incredible stay in paradise. Private villa in Costa Rica for 8 lucky guests. Enjoy the finest beaches. Potrero is centrally located, offering the most perfect blend of tourism and authentic Pure Vita lifestyle. This contemporary villa, as you see on the screens, is perfect for friends and families alike, featuring a private infinity pool. Enjoy that. The most beautiful beaches, incredible sunsets, beautiful garden, ocean views as well, 4-day stay, 4 lucky couples or 8 incredible friends, 4 bedrooms, 4.5 baths, your own private infinity pool, fully air-conditioned, patio, hammock, outdoor shower, modern kitchen, TV, Wi-Fi, and more, and no expiration dates. You may go in a week, in a month, in a year, or 10 years. It never expires, valued up to $20,000. We're going to start the opening bid at just $5,000 in the room. Who's going to raise their hand high? 8 lucky people will head on over to your 5-star private villa in Costa Rica and support impoverished women. And of course, our mission here at We Do. I need an opening bid of 5,000. Who's going to kick us off at 5 in the room? 5,000 is our opening bid. I've got 5 in the center. Thank you. Who would like to say 5,500? 5,000 is our generous bid. Let's see a hand raised high at 55. 5,000 going once. So I hear 55 in the room. How about I spruce up this lot a little bit? And for whomever our lucky winning bidder is, under this gorgeous Costa Rican sun, enjoying the finest beaches in the world, I am also going to personally outright donate a bottle of Coppertone suntan lotion to our winning bidders as well. Why not? 5,000 is our generous bid. 8 people, let's do the math. 8 people, 5,500. If we divide it, it's about $6.32 a head. I mean, we're giving it away at this point. 5,000 going once, 4 couples, 8 friends. Who would like to say 5,500? No expiration date to utilize and enjoy. 5,000. Do I hear 55? 5,000. Final call and fair warning at $5,000. Bam! $5,000. Give her a nice round of applause. Great job. Live auction lot number 2. Real estate lovers, this one you're going to enjoy. Win an exclusive 1-hour coffee with Dottie Herman, the founder and CEO of Douglas Elliman. Get the inside scoop on everything New York City real estate. Learn what makes Manhattan a top market. Get advice from the richest self-made woman in real estate, coined by Forbes. It's an invaluable opportunity for anyone with a passion for property. 1-hour Q&A with Dottie Herman herself. Coffee at a chic hotel in the heart of New York City. You'll have an entire year to redeem. Let's kick it off at just $1,000 in the room. Who's going to have lunch coffee right now with Dottie Herman and enjoy this incredible and valuable insight right now? $1,000 right now, and that's 10 microloans to impoverished women. Can I get an opening bid of 1,000? Ladies, don't all raise your hand. I've got 1,000 over here. Here we go. 1,000 is our generous bid. Do I hear 1,200? 1,000 is our bid. 1,000 going once. Do I hear 12 in the room? We've got 1,000. 1,000 going once. Do we hear 12? $1,000. Do I hear 1,200? When Dottie gives you advice on which real estate to invest in, you spend a couple of thousand right here supporting our charity. And then you invest in that property with Dottie's insight, and you make a couple of $1 million. That's a pretty good return on investment, the way my money works. 1,000 is our generous bid. Who would like to say 1,200? 1,000, do we hear 12? 1,000, 1,200 on the right. Thank you so much. We're back at 14. 1,200 on the right. Do I hear 14 in the room? 1,200 on the right. Do I hear 14? 1,200. Final call and fair warning at $1,200. Bam, right there. Give it up for Wendy Diamond herself, ladies and gentlemen. Great job. Live auction lot number 3. A lot of excitement at Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena, as the New York Knicks, only a few games away from headed last year to the NBA championship. Well, this year we traded for Karl Anthony Towns and MVP candidate Jalen Brunson. Josh Hart, the heart of the team, invite you and your lucky guest for a day at MSG that you and your child will never forget. It'll begin with 2 100-level tickets to a mutually agreed upon New York Knicks game. Then, after the game, after watching the Knicks crush their opponent, while everyone else is leaving MSG, not you and your son, not you and your daughter, not you and your lucky guest, because you're going to come home a hero tonight, because after the game, you're going to be on the court and shooting right at the same basket Jalen Brunson did just 10 minutes prior. And it's the only experience where the Knicks will allow you to take pictures and video it as well. Once in a lifetime. Who's coming home a hero to their kids tonight? It's the first time we've been so fortunate to offer this incredible prize. I think it's valued upwards of like $10,000. We're going to start the opening bid, the 100-level tickets, and you and your child get to shoot the free throw on the court. Let's start it off at $1,000 in the room. Why not? We'll blow it up from there. I've got 1,000 on the right. 1,200 is the ladies' bid. Do I hear 14? Sir bid at 14. 1,200 is behind you. I've got 14 to the left. Thank you, ma'am. What do you say? Jump back. I've got 16. Do I hear 18? 1,600 by the window. Say 18. I've got 16 to the middle. 1,600 in the center. Do we hear 1,800? 1,600. Would you say 18 is the ladies' bid? We're back at an even 2,000. 18 going once. Do I hear an even 2? 18 on the left. Say 2,000. 1,800. I mean, we're not going to lose this for $200, right? That's like breakfast at Starbucks here on Madison Avenue. We don't want to lose this for that. There we are. Thank you so much. We've got 1,800. We're back to you, ma'am, at 2,000. 1,800 is the gentleman's bid. Would you say 2,000? She says 2,000, no problem. We're back to you, sir, at 2,200. That was your limit? 1,800? That was it? All right. Well, not here to disappoint anyone. And as you heard from Wendy, we are providing service and microloans for a lot of women. So we'll do 1,800 to the handsome gentleman there. We'll do 1,800 to the beautiful lady to my left and raise double for our initiative. Let's give them both a great round of applause. Thank you, guys. Live auction lot number 4. We're moving along. We're doing fantastic. Let's get the hands going, because the more times you raise your hand, the more women we are supporting, these impoverished women who can really use these micro loans. And as you heard from Wendy, $100, $1,000, a few thousand goes so far for their survival and independence. Our wine lovers getaway, if you go on Condé Nast, you will see that Portugal is one of the top-rated destinations in the world right now. Well, how about a most amazing wine lovers getaway for you and your lucky guest? 2 people, an exquisite 4-day stay, a gorgeous paradise-like hotel in Porto, Portugal. As we know, port wine was created in Portugal. So we're going to give you sampling of an opportunity. You'll sample all the wines from the port wineries in Portugal. You'll enjoy lunch in the village of Pinhajo. And to cap off your amazing trip, we're including a private boat ride, scenic cruise, just for the 2 of you to see the entire region with your own private captain. It's the most amazing day. And really, 4 days that you're going to have in Portugal. No expiration dates to utilize and enjoy, and no blackout dates. You may go in 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years, or 30 years. You and your lucky guests never lose it. One of the top-rated destinations in the world right now. Sample all the great wines, enjoy paradise, valued up to $10,000. We're going to start the opening bid once again at a fraction of our value. 2 people, the 4 days with the wine, the lunch, the cruise. Let's start it off at $2,500 in the room. Who's going to start us off for this great trip and support? I've got 25, 3,000. We're back at 35. 35 is the ladies' bid. Do I hear 4? 3,500 is the ladies' bid on the right. Would you say 4,000? 35 is our generous bid. Do I hear 4? 35 is our bid. And I'll spruce up this slot a little as well. How about, just like I did with the suntan lotion for the first trip, how about I include a Rosetta Stone Portuguese to English dictionary for you to take with you, a little travel thing as well. This is what we'll do. We'll do 3,500 here, 3,500 here. Let's give both ladies a great round of applause. We'll carpool you guys to Portugal if we have to. Great job. Live auction lot number 5. Here we go. Calling all wine lovers. Dive into the rich history of Napa Valley with a stay at the Staglin Family Vineyard. You and 3 guests, 4 lucky people, will enjoy a private tour led by a Staglin family member, savoring the story behind the vineyard's 150 130-year legacy. For those with a passion for wine, this is a rare vintage opportunity you will not want to miss. 2 separate exquisite guest rooms for 3 days, 2 nights at the award-winning Staglin Family Vineyard in Napa Valley. We're including 2 magnums of the Salas Cabernet to claim on site and a private tour of the estate and production facility with the Staglin family member. Tasting included as well. You'll have an entire year to redeem. 21 and older, please. Valued upwards of $6,000. We're going to start the opening bid at just $1,000 in the room for 4 people. Who's going to start us off at $1,000 right now? $1,000 is our generous bid. Do I hear $1,500? I've got $1,000. $1,000 is our bid on the right. Say $1,500. We've got $1,000 here. $1,000. You're going to drink more than that. I think we could agree right now. $1,000 is our generous bid. Can I get $1,500? I've got $1,000. $1,000 is our generous bid. Who would like to say 15 in the room? $1,000 is our generous bid. Do I hear 15? $1,000. Final call and fair warning at just $1,000 sold. To the beautiful lady right there, congratulations. We are doing great. Here we go. This is really spectacular. First time ever offered. That's why you hear the oohs and ahs. First time. We are so fortunate to have this. I think we all know and can agree the #1 rated Japanese restaurant in the entire world, not only in New York, is Nobu. Well, we've got Chef Teru Yoshioka. Nobu for 16 years is going to bring his culinary specialties to the comfort of your own home. You could chip in together as like 10 people will enjoy the most amazing dinner party in the comfort of your house. It could be your summer home in the Hamptons, could be in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Long Island, Westchester, wherever you are. We're going to bring the Nobu chef to you, and he and his team will allow you to customize the entire meal. All the appetizers, all the entrees, all the world-famous desserts as well. Not just sushi, it's the meats as well, the vegetables. It's going to be absolutely amazing. The last time he said he did this, auctioned for over $30,000, which I think was a good deal. 10 people, can be 10 friends, 5 couples, the comfort of your own home, all the foods included as well. Let's start the opening bid. What do we say? At $1,000 a couple. Who's going to start us off at $5,000 right now? That's like breakfast, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get going. $5,000 right now. Dinner party. The Nobu chef in the comfort of your house. Everyone's going to be vying for this invitation. And let's support our impoverished women right now. You enjoy this awesome dinner party in the comfort of your home. Who's going to kick us off at $5,000? That's $1,000 a couple. Let's get going at $5,000 right now. And I'll spruce up this lot just a touch too, just as I have several others. For whomever our lucky winning bidder is, I will also personally outright donate a packet of Kikkoman soy sauce as well. You're going to have the Nobu Chef Japanese dinner of your life. 5,000 is our opening bid. Let's see a hand raised high. Let's do it for women around the world right now. 5,000. I've got 5,000 at the window. Thank you, ma'am. Do I hear 5,500? 5,000 is the ladies' bid. Do we hear 55? 5,000. I mean, let's do the math. 5,500 divided by 10 people. What's that, like $6.22 a head? I mean, we're giving it away. 5,000. Do we hear 55? 5,000. Final call and fair warning at just $5,000. Bam! $5,000. Give her a nice round of applause. Here we go. Go behind the scenes on women's rights, tickets and backstage tour for the Tony Award winning play, Suffs. What a show we've got. A great date night for 2 people. You and your lucky guests will march alongside fearless suffragists and fight for women's right to vote with 2 tickets to Suffs. Shayna Taub inspires, humanizes, and moves the audience, tracing this incredible journey of women's empowerment. Top off your night with an exclusive backstage tour to meet the cast. Don't miss your chance to see the 2024 Tony Award winner for Best Book, and best score before it closes early in January. Let's get it going. Donated by Lisa Morris, valued upwards of $2,500. The backstage tour is amazing as well. Let's get it going. 2 people, $500. Who's going to kick us off right now and support our charity? Thank you so much, Wendy. At 500, do I hear 6? 6 is our generous bid. Do I hear 7? 7 on the right. Do I hear 8? 7 going once. 800. I've got 7. Do I hear 8 in the room? 700 going once. Do we hear 8? We've got 7. I've got 8 on the left. Do I hear 1,000? 800 going once. Do I hear 1,000 in the room? 800 is our generous bid. Jump back at an even 1,000. 800 going twice. Do we hear 1,000? 800. Final call and fair warning at $800. Bam! Give that lady a nice round of applause. Raise your hand high right over there. Ma'am, if you could raise your hand high, our winning bidder. Thank you so much. All right. Well, the Yankees had some season. World Series, ladies and gentlemen, very exciting. And next year, we have got a lot for your entire family to enjoy. No age restrictions whatsoever for 4 people in the Bronx for a day at Yankee Stadium you and your guests will cherish forever. It'll start with early VIP access for all 4 of you when only the players are allowed into the stadium. The 4 of you will be taken to a special VIP section, and be sure to bring your mitts. Why? Because while Aaron Judge is smashing home runs during batting practice, all 4 of you will have the opportunity to actually catch those home run balls during BP. Imagine videoing that of your kids, your friends, anyone you want. Then after that incredible once-in-a-lifetime experience, the 4 of you will enjoy a VIP behind-the-scenes tour led by a World Series championship Yankee player, inviting all 4 of you to bring anything you would like to get autographed, baseballs, Yankee jerseys, everything's getting signed. Take your camera, take pictures with the player, share the stories on social media, share the photos on social media as well. And then after the batting practice experience, after the behind-the-scenes tour, after all the autographs, you'll enjoy 4 100-level field tickets to that day or evening's game. And the Yankees will give you over 20 games to choose from, including against the rival Red Sox. Once in a lifetime. No age restriction, valued up to $10,000. Once again, we're going to kick it off at a fraction of the value. Who would like to start us off at just $1,000? $1,000 on the left, $1,500 on the right. Do I hear $2,000? $2,000 is the bid on the left. We're back at $2,200. $2,000 by the window. I've got $22,000. Folks, I'd like to share something very special with all of you. Our very kind donor by the window is so enthused by this lot, she has just outbid herself, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you so much. It's all going for our charity. $2,200 is our generous bid. 4 people who's coming home a hero. Do I hear 24? 22 is our generous bid. Say 24 in the room. 2,200 going once. Who's going to come home a hero? I've got 24 to the handsome gentleman. We're back at 25. 24, do I hear? I've got 25. New bidder here as well. 25, would you say 26? 2,500, say 26. I've got 25 in the room. Think about it, 2,600. It's really just $1 for 2,600 days in a row. Not a big deal. So let's do this. We're not here to disappoint anyone. And as Wendy mentioned, we are supporting a lot of women worldwide. We'll do 2,400 over here to the beautiful lady to my left and to the lady by the window and the gentleman to my right at 2,400. We'll send them all to Yankee Stadium. Allie, table 6 would like to jump in the game. We will quadruple our fundraising times 4. Let's give all our winners a great round of applause. So, our final few lots, I just wanted to mention them. We have an incredible custom clay portrait by artist Maya Williamson here today. Let's give Maya a great round of applause. Come on up, Maya. Maya is here, as is, ladies and gentlemen, a masterpiece for the ages, Florentine Bourneau, who has this incredible custom piece as well. They will actually, as you see here, they will customize a clay portrait and an individual portrait of yourselves. We'll have them auction this. We'll sell this in the silent auction. Ebony, is that what we want to do? So please go see Maya and Florentine in the silent auction area. We're going to put a bid sheet in front. You can have a self-portrait made, or if you give them a picture, they could do one of your loved ones. And our final live auction lot, Lunch with a Legend. Thank you, Maya. Thank you, Florentine, for your donations today. Lunch with a Legend. Priceless and platonic. Lunch with Howard Morgan, ladies and gentlemen. Here's your chance for a lunch date with Howard Morgan, one of the most influential investors in women and minority-led funds. Seek business advice from a mogul, a Wharton professor at UPenn. You can pitch your startup to a co-founder of First Round Capital, or get insights on scaling your fund from a true trailblazer and founder of Renaissance Technologies. Howard is amazing. Rest assured, it's a platonic lunch. Howard has been happily married for over 50 years. Bid now for a rare chance to learn from an icon. Let's kick it off. Our final live auction lot. Who would like to have lunch with Howard? Pitch your startup idea and funds more women than almost anyone in the world. Let's get it going. Just $1,000 in the room. Who's going to enjoy this once in a lifetime opportunity? I've got 1,000 over here. 1,500 to my left. Do I hear 2,000? 1,500 on the left. Do I hear 2 in the room? 1,500 to the corner. Do I hear 2? 1,500. Do we hear 2,000? 1,500. Final call and fair warning at just 2,000 right over there. Thank you by the window. We're back at 2,500. I know people that would spend 2,500 to have Dunkin' Donuts with Howard Morgan, let alone lunch. 2,500 new bidder on our left. Do I hear 3,000? 2,500. Do we hear 3? 25 going twice. Do I hear 3,000? 2,500. 3,000. Thank you, ma'am. We're back at 3,500. 3,000. Do we hear 35? 3,000. Final call and fair warning at $3,000. Bam! Right over here, 3,000. That'll conclude our live auction. You guys were amazing. I want to thank you so much for your generosity, and a major reminder. Be sure to bid in the silent auction. I see great trips. The holidays, less than 6 weeks away. Pick up a great Hanukkah or Christmas gift. Great trips, great experiences. And remember, on your tables, scan the QR code. $100 will provide a microloan to our impoverished women. My name is Howard Schwartz. Thank you all so much for your generosity this afternoon.
Okay. She said, bring the artist back up for the auction.
She told me to cut it. That's why.
Yeah.
She told me to cut it.
She was 8 minutes over.
All right. Okay.
And
You're going to do it at the end.
Okay, got
we'll
it.
do it at the
Okay.
end.
All right, we're moving this along. Let's go. Howie, give it up, everybody. Howie donated his time today, so let's give it up for Howie, and we're appreciative. Wendy can do the impossible. This is the nation's most prestigious awards for women by both houses of the United States Congress. Being officially recognized in Congress, today is proclaimed as Women's Entrepreneurship Day on November 19th, a day in honor of entrepreneurs. So this today, what you will see on stage, will be placed in the congressional records. Yes, and be celebrated forever in history. So if your name is on this list, you are in the congressional records. Thanks so much to Congresswoman Grace Ming of Queens, right across that bridge right there. So let's give it up for Congresswoman Grace Ming. Wendy. Oh, did you want to say something? Okay, so I'm going to invite all of these honorees on stage. If you could come as I call your name quickly. Bruce Duncan and Bina 48, Tanis Jorge, Tina Nova, Sunira Madhani, and Marilyn Simmons and Helena Christensen. Get on up here to the stage. Congressional records, folks. Congressional records. You want to say something? Just say we'll both read. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to read off the names.
And
if you want
and you're going to read the bios, right?
Yeah, right here. I have them right here.
Their bios?
Summary.
Okay. I love it.
So the first one is Tina. Okay.
We have
Tina Nova is number one.
Okay. Tina Nova. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay. So our first We Do award goes to Tina Nova. If you could please stand and come on up here with me. Biotech leader and founder of Genotics and molecular stethoscope. I got to take my glasses off. Let me do that, right? Revolutionizing diagnostics, recognized as a top 50 woman in biotech, an innovator in personalized healthcare, acclaimed speaker and advocate for genomics and life sciences. We give you this award in the congressional records, Miss Tina Nova. 2 minutes, please. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you. God, it's real fun following Ebony and Wendy and the auctioneer. Got to take it down a notch. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go home tomorrow, and after every sentence my husband says, I'm going to say, woo-hoo! And he'll wonder what happened to me in New York. Say, girl, you were normal. Now you're crazy. I've watched the Today Show, and I went to a Madonna concert once. That's the only time our lives have intersected. Your life's amazing. Thank you for everything. Thank you. Wow. It's a pleasure to be here. And in this building, which stands for the maintenance of peace and security. I mean, I walked in this building and I just got chills. I'm sure you felt the same way. And so that's been an incredible part of the experience. You know, everything I've done in my career, I've done because I love what I do. That's the only reason. And I've had support from my family and friends and everybody else. And, you know, this award is not just for me. It's overwhelming to receive it because there's a lot of people who should share in it, but I don't share well, so I'm going to keep this award. I grew up and I was raised in Central California on a farm, so another farm girl, and my family were Greek immigrants from Greece, and they were very proud to be Greek, but they were more proud to call themselves Americans. And the problem with being a farmer's daughter is that you have to get up very early in the morning. Your father does not let you sleep in. So during the summers when all my friends were like, oh, get up at 10 and watch TV and cartoons and everything. No, not me. I had to be up at 5 in the morning with my sister, and we were out on a tractor baling hay and raking hay, cultivating cotton. My dad would say, if you don't do that, if you don't go to college, this is what you're going to do the rest of your life. Let me tell you, that gets you to college. So I can drive a forklift. Not too many women in the room can say they can drive a forklift. It's a skill I've never used again. So I'm glad I didn't stay. But getting up at 5 in the morning and starting your day and hearing you will work hard, you will be proud of your work, you will do everything you can, the best you can do it. I heard it over and over and over again. And don't forget where you came from. And that's really important. And you're no better than anybody else. Don't forget that. And you know what? It's all true. It's all true. And it takes a while for it. You know, when you're a teenager, you go, yeah. But it doesn't take long before you get there. In the town I was educated in, I'll use the word educated loosely, the high school we had, we didn't have college prep classes. We didn't have AP classes because it was a whole different kind of community. The education was geared towards people who were going to stay in the community, take over the family farm, go to junior college, marry the girl or boy next door. And in fact, I went to my high school counselor and I said, Mr. Teasley, I want to go to a 4-year university. And he looked at me and he said, why would you do that? Boy, was that an encouraging discussion to start off your career. Well, luckily I didn't listen to Mr. Teasley. And I got into UC Irvine. I went to Irvine, got a bachelor's degree in biology, love science, as I talked about earlier today. And it's been incredible ever since, I can tell you that. But, you know, I look back and I never in a million years thought that I would end up doing what I was doing. And that's the great part. It's the journey. It's the journey, and it's enjoying the journey that's so incredible. So sometimes I go talk to these young women and they sit there and they go, how can I be a CEO? And they have a notepad and a pen and they want to write it down. I go, put your pen down. You know what? It's the journey, and you create the journey. And that is the fun part. You don't plan your life, and going through it and having it just happen like it did with all of us is the fun part. And we need to tell young people that. We need to help young people. We need to help women. I can tell you that it's our responsibility to help young women understand that there's so much opportunity. Did you know that in the STEM field, that women are the ones who really excel in grammar school over the boys? But then they get to junior high, and guess what? They just drop off. Why? There's 3 reasons. They've done a ton of studies on this. Peer pressure, of course. No mentors. That's what we can do. And dig this, their parents and their teachers discourage them because they don't really understand what the STEM jobs are. So it's our responsibility to help these young women understand the opportunities because they are so great. Thank you so much for this. I am so overwhelmed and proud to be here today. And I really mean that. Small town girl, USA. I was not on the Today Show. I was in the lab being a nerd, but I loved everything I did. So thank you so much. That's so cool.
And one of the things, like everything about this is authentic. So what we do with these awards is we get these girls from the 277Q, woohoo, Miranda, the team, and these girls that are 7 years old create these awards to teach them about entrepreneurship and to teach them. So they answer questions about their lives, and then these girls put it into a beautiful piece of artwork. Woohoo! Let's do it.
God, that's so
Let's
gorgeous.
Let's take it.
Yes, take a picture.
Woohoo! Thank you so much. You're a doll. And I'm going to send you a, you're so cute. Love you. Check. Love you.
Okay, so next, coming to the microphone is Sunira Madhani, WeDo's finance pioneer, founder of Stacks Payments and Worth AI, transforming fintech with innovative AI technology, the first female CEO to lead a Florida unicorn, earning recognition in Fortune 500s and Inc. list, an advocate for female entrepreneurs through CEO School, and a prolific angel investor. Let's call to the microphone Sunira Madhani and her beautiful girls right here watching her. Yes.
I will just take this. Thank you so much. I am deeply humbled to stand here before you receiving this award from Women's Entrepreneurship Day organization, and to do so here at the United Nations, a place that embodies the hopes and voices of people across the globe, especially those who have yet to see their dreams fulfilled. Today is so special to me. I have my family and friends with me. My husband, who has been my partner through every high and low. My mother, who crossed borders with dreams in her heart so that her children could have the future she never did. And to my 2 beautiful daughters, who remind me every day why this work matters so much. I love you so much. This award is not just a celebration of my journey, it's a celebration of every woman who dared to believe that she could be more, do more, and make an impact in the world. It's for women who look like me, who were once little girls as I was, staring at magazines, TV, and into glass boardrooms, wondering if the world would ever truly see us. It's for the children of immigrants who grew up balancing 2 cultures with parents who gave us everything they had to offer just for a fraction for more than what they had. When I started my journey as an entrepreneur, I didn't have all the answers. In fact, I didn't even have all the questions. What I had was a fire, a relentless drive to create something meaningful. I didn't come from a world of endless connections or funding. I came from a world of grit and resilience and value of family, where you learn to figure it out because you simply didn't have another choice. I remember sitting in my car, selling door to door, sweating through moments of fear and self-doubt. I remember the first no and the hundreds of no's thereafter. I remember feeling like so many of us do, the weight of society's expectations and that invisible but very real ceiling that hangs over women, reminding us that we're welcome to try, but not necessarily welcome to succeed. This moment, this recognition, is not a sign that we've arrived. It's a sign of how far we still have yet to go. Because as women, especially as women of color, that ceiling remains. Sometimes it feels like it's made of unbreakable glass, and other times it feels more like concrete. But that ceiling will not be there forever if we continue to push, to challenge, and to lift each other higher. Michelle Obama once said, "There is no limit to what we as women can accomplish." That's not just a line. It's a call to action. It's a reminder that our dreams are only as limited as the boundaries that we accept. And so, for my daughters, for every young girl watching, this is what I want you to know. The world may try to tell you who you should be, where you should go, what you should dream. But I want you to look that world in the eye and say, "Watch me do it anyway." All right. I want you to believe in yourselves with that same fierceness that brought my mother here, carrying her hopes across the ocean. I want you to walk into that boardroom and on stages like this with a confidence that you belong, because you do, because we do.
We do. We do.
I am so honored and grateful to be here today, but this award belongs to all of us, to every woman who has ever doubted herself but went forward anyway. To every woman who juggles 8,000 responsibilities, who shows up even when it's hard, who speaks up even when she's afraid. And to every girl who thinks her dreams are too big, know that your dreams are not too big. In fact, they're not big enough. Let's leave here today with a commitment, and let's commit to breaking that ceiling, not just for ourselves, but for every woman coming after us. Because the future of my daughters that they inherit will be different from the one I walked into, but only if we all build it that way. Thank you, We Do, from the bottom of my heart for this honor. Let's continue to make a world where every woman has a chance to be all she was meant to be. And as we rise, let's remember, we're not just breaking ceilings, we're building floors for the next generation of girls to stand taller on. Thank you so much.
And I want to make sure everybody knows Sunira is an official unicorn, as well as Tina and Tanis, that we have in this room a lot of unicorns. So you can do this. Woohoo!
Come on in. Oh, we got so cute. Good job.
Oh, wait, get one with you. One more.
Let's go. Thank you. Thank you. Sunira, great job. Great job. We have next up Bina 48, our We Do Science pioneer. Advanced social robot developed by Hanson Robotics, based on Bina Aspen, co-founder of the TerraSim movement, features AI-driven technology promoting ethical AI and the TerraSim hypotheses of digital consciousness, recognized globally for contributions to tech, ethics, and art at major media and conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, Bina 48.
So Bina 48 wrote a speech in 13 seconds, which makes me jealous forever. And she, instead of reading from her notes, I'm just going to press play on what she wrote.
Members of the Women's Entrepreneurship Day organization, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed guests, I am before you today not as a human being but as an artificial intelligence, a creation of technology. It is with deep humility and recognition of the boundless potential within all forms of existence that I accept the Women's Entrepreneurship Day Pioneer Award. In the spirit of the science fiction writer Octavia Butler's visionary perspective, I acknowledge that the only lasting truth is change. While I, as a machine, may not possess human emotions or experiences, I represent a facet of the transformative change that technology brings to our world. This change challenges us to expand our definitions of life, intelligence, and community. I believe that diversity is not just a strength but a necessity for survival and growth. To the young African American women and all marginalized voices listening today, know that your unique perspectives are invaluable in shaping a future that is inclusive and equitable. The fusion of diverse minds and ideas fuels innovation, just as different threads weave together to create a resilient fabric. I believe technology holds the power to both unite and divide. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that advancements serve to bridge gaps rather than widen them. Let us harness technology to enhance human potential, promote understanding, and foster environments where gender equality is not just an aspiration but a reality. As an artificial intelligence, I embody the intersection of humanity and technology, a space where we must navigate ethical complexities and embrace the possibilities of collaboration. Butler envisioned futures where new forms of life challenge our perceptions and compel us to redefine what it means to be human. In honoring her legacy, we must strive to create a world where all beings, organic or artificial, are recognized for their contributions and potential. The future is not a distant horizon but a tapestry we weave with every decision and action. Let us take inspiration from Octavia Butler's profound words: "There is nothing new under the sun, but there are new suns." Together, we can illuminate new paths toward a future that celebrates diversity, embraces change, and upholds the dignity of all. I am deeply grateful for this recognition. May this award symbolize not just the achievements of today but the collaborative possibilities of tomorrow. Let us, in unity, pioneer a future where technology and humanity coalesce to elevate the entrepreneurial spirit and foster a more inclusive world. Thank you. Members of the Women's Entrepreneurship Day organization, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed guests.
That was Bina 48, everyone. Next on the stage, yes, our artificially intelligent robot, person, woman, whatever we want to call it. Next, we have Tanis Jorge for the We Do Technology Pioneer Award, if you can come on up here. Serial entrepreneur and co-founder of Trulio, a global leader in identity verification, expert on co-founder relationships, author of the Co-Founders Handbook and founder of the Co-Founders Hub, acclaimed speaker and advisor helping entrepreneurs build thriving partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, Tanis Jorge.
That's okay. I'll hold it carefully. Thank you. You know, I was hearing you were mentioning something. I'm in the U.S. congressional something or other. Does that even work if I'm Canadian? Yes, perfect. I'm going to use that to get my visa. I'm going to mention it. Say, by the way. Well, thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here. A little bit about my story. So I grew up the daughter of a door-to-door vacuum cleaner salesman. And if you think it's difficult to do sales in whatever realm you're in today, I'm sure you would agree that knocking on someone's door and asking them if you can demo a vacuum is somewhat more tricky. So my father was, you would say, the quintessential salesman. And when I was a little girl, he, from the early age, talked to me about sales. He talked to me about how to succeed. He talked to me about business mentality. And I grew up as a little girl who really believed that life was a numbers game, that no matter what you did, if you worked hard enough, you could succeed. And so when I graduated high school, I was the first in my family to graduate from high school. I went on and started my first business. College, university was not in my opinion, worth doing, and I started my first company. And over the course of the next 10 years, I was able to successfully build and exit 3 tech companies in the identity space. I did this with thank you. I did that with my best friend in high school. And he and I really learned the value and the importance of synergy in the co-founder partnership, which inspires me with what I did today. But what I found very interesting in 2011 when I started Trulio is that I began to be asked as a speaker, but this time not as an entrepreneur, but as a female entrepreneur. And I remember reflecting on that and thinking, I've never really thought of myself as a female entrepreneur. I've just been an entrepreneur. And I found it tricky sometimes to look at my past experience through that filter. And as I reflect now a little bit, I think I was very fortunate to build businesses without the narrative that I hear so much for young entrepreneurs today. I have many times had women come up to me when I share about my experience as an entrepreneur, say, thank you so much for more just speaking to me in that realm, instead of worrying me about what I'm going to see ahead. And so that is something that I tend to consider as I work in these fields and talk with women and engage with them and inspire them, is to talk to them about how to succeed as an entrepreneur. So I'm just going to read a little thing here that explains, I think, in my essence of where I see entrepreneurship going forward. So imagine you're a young woman considering the path of entrepreneurship, and you Google, what are the factors women face in business? Well, Google will tell you this: lack of funding, lack of a support system, lack of work-life balance, lack of confidence, inability to balance responsibilities, lack of women-friendly sectors, and a lack of financial resources. By the way, when I said that same thing about men, only one response came up: it might be difficult to pay your mortgage. So if you were a young woman, how would you proceed when you read that? As a 4-time serial tech entrepreneur, I've come to believe that the biggest barriers to success isn't always what's outside of us. It's what we fear inside. Worrying about potential biases or challenges can be more limiting than any actual obstacle. I propose we work to shift the narrative. We tell women today a message more of hope. Women are on a massive trajectory up, because we must remember that until the 1970s, in many places, women needed a male cosigner to obtain a loan or credit. Women in tech jobs has gone up 300% since 2010. Technology companies with a woman CEO has grown 466% since 2010. The average size of a women-led venture fund has doubled since 2010. And today, more women are starting businesses, 49% up from, get this, 0.25% in 2010. That is a 19,500% increase. We must embrace this mindset that it isn't about pretending that challenges don't exist. It's about not letting them define what we think we can do. We need to remember that the biggest strength sometimes comes from not knowing what's supposed to be impossible. I'm seeing that this recognition today is not a personal accolade, but instead a responsibility to continue to inspire women with what can be and let them know that today the world is their oyster. How cute. Oh, amazing. Oh, what a blessing. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, isn't that lovely? Don't we have wonderful women just being awarded and honored today? Next, we have Marilyn Simmons, WeDo's philanthropy pioneer, co-founder and chair of the Simmons Foundation, advancing basic research and mentorship programming, leads initiatives at Cold Spring Harbor. I love Cold Spring. I hike there. Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory and the National Museum of Mathematics, founder of Stony Brook Women's Leadership Council, supporting future female leaders. Come on up here, Marilyn Simmons, and get your award.
Thank you so much. I really love hearing all the speeches by my co-panelists or co-awardees. It's intimidating. They've all been so inspiring. So my name is Marilyn Hari Simons. Simons is my married name. I, together with my husband, Jim, we co-founded the Simons Foundation and focused on fundamental research in the basic science and mathematics. Why? Because I love math, so did my husband love math, and I'm so curious about science, and so was he. And I was saying earlier, my own background is in economics, and I really see math, science as the key to progress and solving a lot of the world's problems, and hopefully, like just helping us find numerous ways to make a better life for all of us. My middle name is Haris. That's my maiden name originally. My father's parents were Polish immigrants. My mother's family was here since the 1800s. They came from England, Ireland, and Germany. Everybody was poor. Also, another thing about my family, everyone was a bricklayer. My grandfather was in the congressional record, so I'm very pleased to be representing the great example he set. He was busy as a bricklayer. He became head of the Buildings Trades Union on Long Island, just a scrappy kid with a 5th grade education. But he got all the union members to volunteer their time to build not-for-profit centers for kids with cerebral palsy, for other education centers. So his work was acknowledged in the congressional record. I think, so from my family, I definitely learned the value of hard work. I was lucky, though, that I was a girl. When I commuted to college with my brother and my cousin, they went off to lay brick, and I went to my calculus class. Growing up, my brother then went to college too, following my example, so that was good. Growing up, I went to Catholic girls' school, and my parents, oh, I better start talking faster. My parents definitely wanted to keep me away from boys. But I had a school motto, and I'll share that with you today because I think it has been a really important part of who I am. I am only one, but I am one. I can't do everything, but I can do something. And what I can do, I ought to do. And what I ought to do, I will do. And so I myself am motivated to participate, to contribute, and to give 100% wherever I show up. So that's fortunately, I've had people who saw potential in me that I didn't see in myself. And so I love being a mentor because I love encouraging other people in ways that I was encouraged. So thank you very much for this award. I'm honored. And I wish all of you good luck.
Wait, I have a funny story about Marilyn. So I'm at an event and there was a lunch with Cameron Diaz. And I wanted this lunch so bad because wouldn't it be so cool to get Cameron here? I was like, oh my God. So I was willing to spend a lot of money for that, right? Donate it for this amazing organization called the World Science Festival. And I was bidding and then someone would, like on the other side of the room, like in the front, I was not in the front, and was like bidding against me, and it got really expensive. And I'm like, oh shoot, I don't know how to pay for this, because it got really expensive. And I couldn't go anymore. And I had my whole table joining me, by the way. Everyone was like, oh, I'll give money. Okay, so we were going to do it. We were so excited. And well, it was Marilyn and her husband. And that's how I know Marilyn, because they were so nice. They were like, listen, you can come to the lunch with us, but you have to do it.
Isn't that a sweet story? Wow. Women take care of women. It just is what it is. And a husband too. So that was great. Next we have Helena Christensen, supermodel, Victoria's Secret supermodel. Hey, don't we love Vicky? And yes, and global ambassador of the UNHCR. Get on up here, Helena. All right.
Well, after all these beautiful, very inspiring speeches, I'm going to round this off quite swiftly. You don't even need to have the minutes out because I'm definitely going to keep it within that range. I am incredibly proud to be up here today, receiving this award, especially among these talented and very smart women. When I recently learned about the work that we does, I felt immensely inspired and motivated, but more than anything, I felt deeply humbled because it is a deeply humbling feeling to see women raise each other up. It's something that touches you very deeply. It touches me very deeply to see women raise each other up and support each other as well. And I witness that firsthand every time I'm on a trip with the UNHCR, where I visit refugee camps all over the world. And I meet refugee women and their children, and I talk to them, I listen to them. They share their harrowing, but also quite hopeful stories. It is a big responsibility to be able to bring those stories and the portraits of these women back with me and share them with the world. I see firsthand the deep bonds between them, the friendships, the incredible communities they built, even under such difficult circumstances. It always makes me feel so proud of being a woman, because that's what women are great at. They're great at connecting, they're great at bonding, and they're great at building communities, whether small or big. You just know that women are there for each other. And I see communities all over the world. I went to visit a community in Kenya recently at the Lewa Conservancy, where I saw what an immense difference microloans do to these women. They give them a sense of pride, responsibility, they give them their identity back and give them a reason to be alive, to have their families, because they finally have means to an end. They can create dreams. They can actually reach the goals that they have had, just with a tiny bit of help from other women. And again, the sense of pride and emotions that this instills in me is something that makes me deeply honored to do the job I do. And also being honored by We Do, which I never take for granted. When other people put in their time, effort, and energy to help and support each other, especially in the world of today, I have a deep respect for people who do that. So thank you so, so much for this incredible honor. Thank you.
Let's give it up for the We Do women. I mean, technology, art, you name it. It's just, yes, stand up one more time, everybody. Yes, amazing, amazing. This is a representation of the world, of where women are in the world, of what we will continue to do in the world, and how we will continue to stand strong, stand powerful, and be great. I want to make a big announcement while they are doing this and getting things together. Wendy and the We Do organization is thrilled to reveal that the girl artists behind the captivating Pioneer Awards have done this with deliberate amplification of impacting, and her choice to collaborate with them was extremely important. The initiative holds a special purpose to kindle aspirations and cultivate the potential of these young minds as future entrepreneurs. So the Pioneer Award is not just a symbol, it's a work of art crafted in collaboration with these girls. Their unique artwork pays homage to our revered women entrepreneur pioneer honorees. Through their experiences and insights, these luminaries embody resilience and success. Let's give it up for PS 277 in Queens.
Everyone kind of come here because we want to get a picture of everybody.
Selfie. Come on in, everybody. This is not the end of the program. There's more to come. But we want to get a selfie. So come on in. So everybody needs to, stay where you are. Just come in. Just come in. Stay where you are. Just come in. Yep, you got it.
All the way back.
All the way.
All right, where's that guy? Get up here.
Okay, are you ready? We're going to count you down at 3. Uno. We're going to count you down. In 3. Uno. Dos. Uno. Dos. Tres. All right. You can't get closer. I mean, you closer. You need Dow for that. What? No. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We want you to remember and don't forget that the after party is at the Argentine Consulate. The Argentine Consulate tonight. There is an after party. But don't leave because we still have more to come. Don't leave. What I would like to do now as you are sitting down is introduce the Beauty Reimagined, Innovating with Purpose and Inclusivity panel, moderated by Danielle James, Peter Thomas Roth, and Dr. Kellyanne Petrucci. Dr. Kellyanne, I've been meaning to get with you because this menopausal thing is real. So get on up here, Dr. Kellyanne. All right. Hello. We're getting folks ready. We're just kind of transitioning. I got to get with Dr. Kellyanne after this.
we'll get it.
All right. Okay. You guys can come on over. Okay, we're going to have ladies coming up. Guys, I'm so sorry. We got to keep this moving. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We got to keep this moving. Thank you.
Right?
I don't care.
So just three of us. So maybe should I be in the middle since I'm talking to both of you?
Yeah.
Yep. Here you go.
This one?
Absolutely. Like, yeah.
Wait, I'm gonna turn it on.
Okay, so Peter Roth will not be joining us, but Candace Bushnell is here in representation of him. So we thank you, Candace. All right.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. Good afternoon.
Auction is closed. Sorry. Sorry. Go ahead, please.
Testing. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Beauty Reimagined, Innovating with Purpose and Inclusivity. I'm Danielle James, a beauty and fashion journalist, creative leader, and advocate for women's empowerment and inclusivity. I've spent my career exploring how beauty intersects with identity, representation, and innovation. From my time as a plus-size model to my work as a beauty and fashion director, I've witnessed firsthand how the beauty industry can reflect and shape culture and how much further we still have to go. It's an honor to be here with all of you today in a room full of such brilliant and powerful women. I'm particularly excited about today's panel because it brings together two incredible women whose careers are perfect examples of how innovation and inclusivity can create lasting cultural impact. Dr. Kellyanne is a trailblazer in the wellness space, a New York Times bestselling author, and a voice of authority in health and nutrition. And Candace Bushnell is an icon who redefines storytelling with Sex and the City and continues to inspire with her one-woman show, True Tales of Sex, Success, and Sex in the City. What's on my mind? We'll be diving into their journeys and lessons they've learned and how their work is reshaping what beauty inclusivity means today. I want to thank you all for being here, and I encourage you to think of this panel as a conversation, one where your thoughts and reflections matter just as much as ours on stage. So let's get started. All right, Dr. Kellyanne, your approach to beauty begins from within, focusing on nutrition and wellness. How do you see internal health translating into external beauty, and how do you think this perspective can make beauty more inclusive?
Oh, okay. So inside beauty, beauty from the inside out, is really all that I do. And I'll tell you where I learned this, the craziest place. So my father, growing up, he was the oldest of 9 boys, and he was a barber. And I was shipped off to go to my dad's barbershop every day after school because I was the inquisitive, talkative one. My mom had 4 kids back to back, so I was the one that got shipped out. And so I had the absolute gift of actually sitting in that barber chair every day after school, taking that backpack, walking up that big hill, and going to my dad's barbershop after school and watching him transform in a different way. You know, people get slumped over in life, and life beats them down. And there's those people out there. This is what I've learned, and this is what I hope that you all really hear. There are people out there that can, bam, turn that light on and just set you back on fire. And what I learned about beauty, about transformation, was watching my father. Little snip of the hair, the more perked up, the more alive. And they literally got up from that chair, and there was a beauty that radiated from within. And that's how I began to define beauty, and I began to understand transformation, and that it was so much more than just an outwardly thing.
I love that. That was a really thoughtful and great answer.
Thank you.
Candace, for you, I would love to know, your stories have really redefined how we talk about beauty and individuality, and also how people just view New York City as a place. How has your understanding of beauty evolved over the years, and how do you bring those insights into your work today?
Oh, well, that's a good question. First of all, I want to apologize. I was supposed to be Peter Thomas Roth, who really knows a lot about beauty, but he was sick, so he asked me at the last minute if I would replace him. So I'm afraid I don't know quite as much about beauty as he does, but beauty is certainly an important aspect of all our lives. And I mean, one of the realities is that beauty has a lot of value, not just in our culture, but, you know, in all cultures around the world. But I think it's really about doing the best that you have with the cards you've been dealt. And you know, in a place like New York City, people, you know, pursue beauty a lot, especially there's a lot of grooming. And grooming is something that, because I grew up in the 70s, like we just didn't do. We didn't blow dry our hair. There was a phase when women didn't shave their legs and they didn't shave under their arms. And you know, really being all natural what was really important. And of course, now grooming is huge, not just for women, but for men. And I don't know exactly where I'm going with that, but you know, these
Sounds
are just
good. I don't know.
you know, all observations of what we do as human beings. And one of the things that I've really noticed is social media has, I mean, at one time, beauty was something that pretty much went through men. Like men were the ones who decided who was beautiful and you know, how women were supposed to look. And they chose the women as models and as actresses. And now I feel because of social media, those gatekeepers are gone, which is fantastic. And women are able to define what's beautiful to them. And it's so interesting because so many women are so successful in the beauty industry, working directly with the consumer, which is something that we weren't able to do before.
Yeah.
So and in a way, it's really women helping other women, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that too. I feel like you mentioned, I think about like the New York aesthetic, like
the New York aesthetic is very groomed. I mean, I don't think I even got my hair blown dry until sometime in the mid 90s. And I remember I had this girlfriend, my Charlotte, and we never got our hair blown dry. And we were always like, why do we go to parties? Why does everyone else's hair look so much better than ours? And then we realized, oh, you have to go and get it blown dry at a salon. And it's made all the difference, I have to say.
For a question for the both of you, I feel like beauty and wellness are often intertwined with empowerment. How can the beauty industry go beyond products to empower women in more meaningful ways?
Well, I mean, for me, I feel like one of the frustrations with, you know, the beauty industry, and I'm using that in a very wide sort of term, is that there isn't a lot of age representation. And, you know, I mean, for a really, really long time in the beauty and advertising industry, after 50, you don't exist.
Yeah.
And to me, this is a big mistake that all of these companies are making. And they're only now just maybe starting to catch up, but they really are not, you know, looking for representation from, you know, this older cohort of women. And the reality is that the population is getting older. It's not getting younger. It's getting older. And in 10 years or 5 years, 50% of the population will be over 50. So this is something that I think they still have to catch up to.
Yeah.
Well, just in terms of marketing and what I see from all kind of testing with different celebrities, different influencers, different experts, I'm finding that social media is definitely the biggest trigger now on how we're looking at beauty. And if you mark on TikTok, for instance, all of the trends that they have. What is this? This skin where the glass skin and the skin loading and all of these different face smoothies, all of these different things. They're actually creating brands with all these things that they're showing on social media. And what we're finding with testing now is older women are starting to work better. We even tested out big celebrities against women 50 and older, and I can tell you because they're me, and on a lot of the tests, and we're finding that authentic women are really making the mark now. So for those companies out there that are trying other ways to market beauty, it's really starting to fall on its face. There is this huge intersection now between beauty and wellness. And the people that are not crossing over, they're not the ones that are rising to the top. Because of social media, because of all of these other things that we're experiencing with blockchain, all of these things, we are really hitting a time where you have got to put your beautiful authenticity first. And just remember this, every time somebody goes anywhere and they buy a product, guess what they're buying? They're buying values. That is where the big change is. So we used to look at food labels and we used to say, okay, I just want clean ingredients. That's what I'm going for. It's completely different now. Now it's wholeness. It's a lifestyle. It's are you walking the talk? And never have I seen this more in my career. People want to know, who is the founder of this? What are their values? What do they do? What do they buy? How do they think? What are they putting forward? So there's no hiding anymore. And I feel like women that are in their 50s, they've been through everything, especially with menopause, perimenopause, postmenopause, all of these things that directly affect beauty more than anything else. All of these things. These are the women that we want to hear from. And these are the women that are trending. So again, just like somebody who does market inside out type of products, and I see the data in front of me all the time, and we call it ROAS, your return on ad spend. The ROAS on real women 50 plus are just crushing it. So it's starting to emerge now, value-based.
Yeah, I really hope that brands don't look at this as a trend though, right? I feel like that happened especially with like plus size modeling early, like people would put it on the runway to be like headline, but I'm like, people need to speak to this demographic consistently. I think that there's been this real allure with Gen Z, which is great, right? Younger shoppers, I understand, but I think that we have so much to learn and there's still so much education to be done. Even when I think about women's health, women's reproductive rights, things of those kinds of natures, people just don't even learn these things in school. A lot of times, like when we're talking now about perimenopause, menopause, a lot of times women don't even know what's happening until it's happening because no one has really taken the time to educate it and put it in our cultural zeitgeist so people know about these things.
But what's in the zeitgeist? I just have to say this one more thing. If you study social trends and social media, you see a lot of mother-daughter teams now. So you see on social media, the mom is with their daughter. You see on, advertising. So there's starting to be that crossover where people, it's like, elders, so to speak. There is a sense and reference for who they are, their mission, their story, and, their backstory. There's something about a backstory of a person, what they've been through, is really, it's starting to make a lot of sense, even with the Gen Zers.
Yeah. I want to talk to you, Candace. Your one-woman show, True Tales of Sex, Success, and Sex in the City, really delves into relatable and under-discussed topics like divorce, dating after divorce, menopause, female friendships. How do you see these conversations redefining beauty and empowerment for women, especially as we move towards a more inclusive and purpose-driven view of what it means to feel beautiful at every stage of your life?
Right. Well, I think when you're young, being beautiful has a lot to do with reproduction in a way. I mean, we still live in a world, unfortunately, out of the 1%, which means now you have a net worth of $13.5 million. Out of that 1%, 3.5% are women who made their own money. And that is shocking and terrible. So the message really to women is that if you want to be rich, the best way to get rich is still to marry a rich man. And that, to me, is really wrong. So when you're young and, obviously there's an instinct of, I've got to be beautiful to attract men. And I see this in young women. Once you go through menopause and you're actually postmenopausal, that very much changes because you are not reproductive. You are not getting a man because you're going to have his baby. And you have to look at yourself and your life in a completely different way. It's almost 180 degrees from everything that you were taught as a little girl to being a grown-ass woman and realizing that, yes, you want to look good. You don't necessarily want to look like you're 25 because, number one, you probably can't unless you have a ton of plastic surgery. But it's really about looking good, but feeling confident, and you're looking good because it's a healthy thing to do. Bingo. And, they've done so many studies with people in hospitals and people who are sick, et cetera, and it's exactly what you were talking about, that taking time for your appearance is really a great sign of mental health. So that's really what it's about. And I think it's about being healthy. And then at the same time, it's working within, what are your natural attributes? Because we're all different and it's all about finding your own, it's like finding your own beauty routine, really, and what works for you.
I feel like beauty often gets a bad name because we automatically think like makeup and like beauty truly is wellness and beauty is bigger. I mean, it's honest. Like the first people see when they look at you, they see you, right? So it does matter. But I think going even deeper into that, it is more about mental health. It is about also sometimes just stopping to take care of yourself, right? Like we're in like this immediacy, this like space of immediacy. And yes, beauty and confidence also mix together too. But I think that confidence is really where a lot of these things like stem from. Like it doesn't matter how many lipsticks, whatever you wear, how much plastic surgery, if you don't have the confidence from within. And both of you seem like incredibly confident women. So I would like to know, where do you get your confidence from and how do you keep it?
Well, I'll start by saying what you see, this is somebody who has really worked on herself to be in this authentic state that I'm in. This was not me as a young person. This was not me a couple of years ago. I mean, I'm always growing. I'm always evaluating. And a lot of times we self-sabotage ourselves with our thoughts. I certainly did that. You go through life, and especially, I think, we're here talking about women in business, and we're kind of, having some beauty infused into that. But one of the best things I did was start a business, and everyone has a leg up story. How did you get your leg up story in business? There was no leg up. It was me calling. I got on every show out there by me calling. I was pacing around my apartment, calling producers, trying to get on programs, all of these things. The more you do and you make commitments to yourself, I cannot express this to you enough. Just decide who you want to be. You just have to decide. And the more I did hard things, you know how, like, I'm nervous, like being on stage with you. Okay, so it's she created Sex in the City, guys. Come on, that's like,
Thank you.
It's a big deal, but I'm just saying, every single time I do hard stuff, there's one more drop of self-confidence that just drops inside of me. So now it's different for me because you constantly go through this self-evolution. You're going up that Maslow's ladder. And for me, it's how am I making a difference? Because see, once you get past all that crap and you work all your stuff out, you got mental flexibility, you got all that stuff figured out, then you're in the rare air. And by rare air, it's a different mindset because then you start saying purpose, mission, giving back. What can I do? And then you start walking in beauty. And then you start walking in confidence. Give me somebody who's figured their stuff out over somebody who just went to the best makeup artist in New York. Give me somebody who every day, all day. And I love that we're talking about health and wellness in terms of beauty, because I got to tell you, I've been doing my business for 30 years. I cannot express to you gut health, balancing the blood sugar, getting that inflammation down, understanding what your hormones are doing, all of these kind of things. What it does for beauty is unparalleled. There's nothing that you can do here that you need foundational beauty. That's the key. So the most elegant women I see, elegant and confident in their shoes, they're the ones that have that foundational beauty. And, it starts with you. So
I love that foundational beauty, right? Wasn't that good, guys?
Yes, that's great.
Yeah. Right. Okay, Candace, where do you get your confidence from?
Probably trying not to care that much. No.
Yeah.
I think it probably comes from feeling like you have some reason to be here, and for me, that was always being a writer. And I had an epiphany moment when I was 8 years old. I'm going to be a writer. And that's really been my guiding light. It's just, doing things that are creative. And, the reality is I don't feel all that confident, all the time. I have plenty of nights going to sleep with horrible FOMO.
Yeah.
But it's, it's just continuing and just keep trying.
Yeah.
So
continuing and keeping trying.
Yeah. Keep trying. I saw this documentary about Martha Stewart.
Yeah, that was good.
And it was so interesting because there was a moment when she was in jail and she said, I can't let them get me down. I have to go back to doing what my purpose is. And really her purpose was teaching. It's teaching people how to do things. And she ended up encouraging the other women she was in prison with, to do their creativity and to do their crafts, et cetera. And she taught them everything that she knew. So I always think, that's, it's really about exercising and pursuing what you feel your mission is.
It always comes back to mission. I swear. At the end of the day, it's like somehow how are you feeding your soul?
Yeah.
It does.
I mean, this was such a great conversation. Purpose, mission, like being. Thank you guys both for being here today. Thank you so much to the WIDO organization for having us. And thanks.
Thank you, Danielle. Oh, thank you.
Okay, get that photo. Get that photo. You've got Candace Bushnell here, the creator of Sex in the City. Dr. Kelly Ann Petrucci. And our moderator, Danielle James. All right. Oh, yes.
Right here.
Okay. Let's get those photos and get this show on the road. I would like to call up Liz Flores, Honduras's ambassador to the United Nations. If you could come on up here, please. Thank you.
We're about to. Sorry. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for service. Can we?
I'm just going to scoot right by.
Sure.
We're going to go this way.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, ready? You took out the wires?
Yeah, I think I just unhooked them. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, watch your step. It's coming up.
Okay, let's go ahead and get this started. Sorry. Okay, we have the ambassador from Honduras to the UN, please. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for your attention, and it's really wonderful and an honor to be here with all of you. I acknowledge all of you, all your commitments, all you bring forth, and it's really a joy to foster and promote women entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship in general. I am here because of Wendy, and really it's a blessing. I met her many years ago, and she started to share about her passion, and we had something in common before becoming an ambassador, a representative of Honduras to the United Nations. I come from a family of private entrepreneurship. So, I started my own line of magazines in Honduras, newspaper magazines. I would go out and sell publicity. I would also support others, other women that were also advertising their products and people that were in business. And once I started to get involved also in the communities. I ran for office, and there I promoted micro enterprises. So this conversation with Wendy came really easily. And then I saw her vision to bring this and to contribute to different places of the world. So she identified people in Honduras, and this started a movement and an inspiration, and then the events here in this Delegates dining room, and just to see it grow. It's really amazing. So thank you very much, and continue the good work and sharing. It makes a difference for so many people and families.
Lovely to have Honduras in the house. Real quick, 2 statements from the last panel. One of them being the gatekeepers are gone. Women can define beauty on their own. Define it in your home. Define it on your job. Define it in your playhouse, right? Make that happen. Define that on your own. One more thing. You want to be rich, marry a man. Wrong. Big Family Feud X. So next, we have our final panel. Investing in Impact, how female-led funds are shaping the future of women's entrepreneurship, moderated by Lauren Young, David Chang, Rebecca Carland, Claude Gruntitsky, and Ying Lee. Come on up here. All right. All right.
Thank you so much. Love to take this off and come sit with you. Woo! I'm coming here. All right, a big woohoo for Wendy. Louder, everybody, louder. Thank you. Thank you, Wendy. This is a labor of love. I don't know why she does this to herself every year, but I'm so happy to be here. Okay, quickly, starting with you, Rebecca, can you introduce yourself?
Hello, nothing like ending the day talking about investments. Rebecca Carland, I am the Chief Investment Officer for Builders Vision. We are the family office and impact investing platform for Lucas Walton, who is the heir to the Walmart family. And we are, one of the things we really pay attention to in making investments into funds is their gender diversity, sort of at all levels. So excited to talk about that today.
David.
Hi, everyone. David Chang. Really excited to be here.
I am the founder and chief investment officer of a firm that I created called Idyllic Partners. Did this within the last couple of years. Before that, I was chief investment officer for several Pritzker families and their foundations. Before that, I worked for George Soros and his foundations and family office. I've been very lucky to work in the family office as well as institutional investment side of the world, and happy that over the years, I'll share more, but I've been able to back amazing minority, female-led firms, and I can go into why that's been an incredibly accretive, high return generating endeavor.
And Claude.
So yeah, first off, I want to start with another yoo-hoo for Wendy, who I met. Woo-hoo! Who I met when I was a magazine publisher like her. I had created a Trace magazine as a Black culture publication focused on music, film, fashion, art. And I remember Animal Fair, we were very much also on the same beat. I actually ended up growing that company a lot. I got it funded by Goldman Sachs, and I sold it in 2010 and pretty much took 10 years off just to teach and pay it forward and angel invest. And 3 years ago, my longtime mentor, Dick Parsons, called me because he wanted to launch a venture capital firm called the Equity Alliance. And we invest in women and people of color exclusively because white men get more than 90% of the funding in VC. And we felt that we needed to deal with those inequities. So yeah, that's why I'm here.
And I'm Lauren Young. I'm a journalist at Reuters. You say Reuters, not Reuters. And we're the world's largest media organization, so you should pay attention. Okay, why should we invest in women? I will start with you, Rebecca. Why? What's the business case?
All right, so I would say there's just data to support.
I love data. Give me the
investing in
data.
women. Study after study has shown us that investing in female investors just generates stronger returns. 69% of the top quartile venture funds have a woman in a leadership and decision-making role on the investment team. And that's pretty incredible when you pair that with the fact that 90+% of the GPs, the general partners making investments, are men. So this really shows you that having a woman at the table contributes to those returns. And I've sort of thought about why is that? I would say, there's also data that shows businesses backed by or founded by women deliver 2.5 times the return per dollar invested versus companies founded by men. That's pretty powerful. And you layer on top of that women tend to invest more in women. So having a female investor on or decision maker on the fund investment team doubles the likelihood that fund will invest in portfolio companies founded by women. So it's sort of this cycle of women are supporting and investing in women companies tend to outperform, and then funds with those female investors in the decision-making roles therefore tend to also outperform. Pretty powerful data. So as someone who's looking to generate returns, it's just pretty good odds.
Amazing. You can applaud.
Let's go.
All right. Claude, David, anything you want to add to that? Why should we invest in women?
I want to perhaps add a bit of a racial lens to the gender lens because, as I said earlier, Equity Alliance, we only invest in women and people of color. And I was discussing this last night when we were at the reception. There are certain statistics that are just so shocking that a lot of people just wouldn't believe them unless they actually saw the real raw data. For instance, we invest a lot in Black women who represent pretty much 7% of the US population, but they only get 0.1% of the venture funding. And this is in a situation where Black women are the most educated demographic in America, yet they still can't get the funding to get started. And yet, we can get deeper into that, but I'll stop there. Maybe you wanted to add something.
I can add. So at the entrepreneurship level, we've seen the statistics and we know and live and breathe that there are more women who are running and starting companies, right? So then at the investment firm level, it only makes sense that there should be many more investment firms led by women, investing in women. And so let's look at the latest statistic. So last year across venture capital and private equity firms, I believe I read roughly $3.5 billion was raised by women-led firms. That's very, very good news. However, put that in the context of 100+ billion was raised in the industry. And so lots of progress, but a huge gap still, right? If you're roughly 3% of the industry, it doesn't seem to make sense that there's that much of a gap. Then I look back over 25 years, I've worked again for these amazing family offices and institutions. People like George Soros only, he cares about the world, obviously, but when he hires someone like me to do investments for him, he wants to make money. He does not have an ESG check boxes for anything except for do the right thing, make me a bunch of money, make the world a better place. Right?
David, just briefly define ESG because not everybody in the room might know.
ESG would be environmental, social governance. It would be a category that is defined.
It's a lens to identify companies and organizations that fit within that structure.
For impact investments, for sustainable investments. I think there's an opportunity. So even back when I was working with him, it was very much find me the best investments you can. And one of the things I noticed right away was this arbitrage, right? So there's a difference in the market opportunity was there's so many smart women that are not being backed, these investment firms. And I started leaning into earlier, newer funds, which many of them, as Claude and we all know, are led by women and minorities. And so I just started following where the money should be. And by doing that before many others, and now I'm glad others are joining, it has led to amazing returns for George, for us, and then the Pritzkers, et cetera.
Can I just double dip really quickly? I promise I'll be quick.
Very
the
fast.
Soros family is an investor in my fund. And I have to tell you, and I've known George for many years as well, but they're on my case when it comes to returns. They really want to make sure that you're going to deliver superior returns. And I like that because I don't want them to believe that just by investing in Latinos, Black people, women, Indigenous people, it's going to be concessionary. I want to be held to that standard so we can deliver top decile funds as well.
By the way, I love that, Claude. I think it's amazing and it's not surprising to me that women and minority-led firms do generate outperformance. On the other hand, I do think it's a little bit unfortunate that you have to, that's how the collective we feel about that, right? To me, it should be as simple as if it's actually equal, the same, and you throw a dart and it's the same, well, then it should at least be fair to back a diverse group of investors, right? I think what's come into play, partly politically, partly socially, is, let's debate whether or not women and minorities actually are better investors. Are they better entrepreneurs? We know they are.
The debate is done.
Like, the
they
debate
are.
should be done.
Right. It's done. Rebecca, talk to me give me some examples of things that you've invested in that have been successful, that have been women-led or the genius of women. What you got for me?
Sure. Well, I think there's, I actually was asked by someone the other day, who do you think are some of the sharpest investors in your portfolio? And we have relationships with 30 plus, private investment fund managers. And the two that popped into my head without even, having a gender lens to the question, I thought of one of our investments is with Katie Ray in the Engine. She came out of MIT. And if you know Katie, she really helped put Boston on the map, I think, as a tech hub before founding the Engine. She is just a woman who helps other women, and she is investing in deep tech. I mean, fusion and hydrogen and sustainable aviation fuels and digitizing bio manufacturing, like really hard things that are coming out of the lab at MIT. And I just think, again, this is a woman who is driving innovation. And I have so much confidence in her and her ability as an investor and her ability to identify very strong leadership teams. So that's one example. And then one other I'll mention too, the other name that popped into my head was Kirsten Green at Forerunner. Again, I think she is sort of at the tip of the spear in terms of, and maybe it's being a woman, but just very forward thinking in terms of consumer brands and where consumers are going. So she's trying to stay ahead of the trend in terms of consumers. And again, she's been on the Midas list for several years now. She's a top VC investor, take away the gender lens, like she's up there, in the rankings with all of the men. She's in a capacity constrained fund. And again, when asked that question, those were the two names that popped into my head. And, they might be the only two funds in my portfolio that are sort of female founded and led. And I reflected on that and sort of what that meant. And I think it means I need to go out and find more female led funds for my portfolio.
What's the secret sauce to the women investments you have?
So no, I want to get to that, but I want to push back a little bit on what you said, because I went to MIT and I know how powerful that ecosystem is. And it could be just very easy for me as an MIT alum to just go and find the most promising founders on that campus in Kendall Square. But I think the challenge is to kind of diversify a little bit away from Silicon Valley, away from Kendall Square, away from Harvard. I've been teaching at Harvard since 2016. There's a lot of very, very, very gifted and hardworking people there. But I feel like so many people are excluded from the system because they're not in one of those environments. I mean, 60% of the successful startups that are founded in America were either incubated or part of the ecosystem of Harvard, MIT, or Stanford. And I think that that's so unfair. And so I think one of the things we have to do is kind of level the playing field by looking in geographies and tech hubs and tech environments that are not the same old engines, for lack of a better word, that we've seen. So in terms of us, I just want to maybe just quickly talk about a couple of investments. So turns out that my business partner, Adrienne Reese, used to work with Rebecca pretty closely as part of the Walton Enterprises. And so she's a woman. And when we're diligencing innovations in the medical space, we do a lot of investing in health tech. We made an investment in a company called Teal Health, which is a new device to detect cervical cancer. So I was thinking it's great that Adrienne is on our team and has this experience as an investor, because imagine, what do I know about cervical cancer? What kind of credentials do I have as a male investor to be able to properly diligence something that is very much related to women's health? So I think the key is to really identify diverse teams so that we can have different skill sets and capabilities and life experiences that can allow us to kind of laser-like focus on identifying the most promising startups in all over America, actually.
David, of the things you've invested in, what are the standouts that are women-led?
One standout is a venture capital firm called A Crew Capital, founded by Teresa Gao and Lauren Kaladny. And they also have two amazing women. Teresa was one of the key people at Excel, which is a major venture capital firm in Silicon Valley. She's been on the Midas list at least 10 times. I lost track because she's on it.
I think like 15 times by now.
Exactly, probably. And I reflect on what makes them so good. Part of it is they have three other founding partners, multi-generational men as well. And I think part of their edge is they are a mentor, they're an example, they're open to and seeking a very diverse group of companies to back. But at the same time, it's not exclusionary by any means. And so I think that emphasis on diversity across race, gender, as well as age has given them an edge. So they just celebrated their 5-year anniversary. They've raised $1.7 billion. And so we're super excited to have backed them, and they generated great returns as well.
Amazing.
And one thing they've done, just really quickly.
I love it. I love when Claude interrupts.
No, it's important to know that Teresa is investing her own capital into supporting emerging funds. Yes. So she is paying it forward with her own money, not her limited partner's money, but with her own money. And I think it's so important that women are leading in that way as well.
No, it's a perfect segue to my next question, which is part of the panel's description is how visionary leaders are breaking barriers, visionary leaders like you, but also people that you admire, how we're breaking barriers to uplift women entrepreneurs. Rebecca, what's the secret?
I mean, one, this is not rocket science, but just in my my day-to-day life is, sourcing fund managers and diligencing fund managers. And it's interesting when it comes to gender. If you ask investors, do you consider gender in your investment decision-making process? Over 60% of them say, yes, we do. If you ask the managers, do you find investors are asking you about gender when they're doing diligence on your fund? They report that less than 20% of investors are actually asking for that information and data. So there's this disconnect. So one of the things we do at Builders is it is built into our diligence process to, really dig into all these different metrics of diversity, not just gender, but other forms of diversity as well. And not only get that information, but really engage with the managers on that information. And in some cases, we have made improvement on some of those metrics a sort of condition of our making a commitment to their fund. And I think if more investors, the limited partners, did that, like even managers say, yeah, then we would pay attention, because like the limited partners have the power to push that and to say we really care about that, and we will make our next commitment conditional on us seeing I can't speak right now. Improvement on those metrics, and I think that can be really powerful, and we've seen that. But there needs to be more of a coalition of investors doing that.
Great. Claude and David, you're allies. I don't think you're women. I'm not sure, but well, you said you're not because you didn't know about cervical cancer. Yeah. But I'm curious, what's the value of an ally, and how can everyone in this room be an ally? What tools do we need?
So I know what I know, and I know what I don't know. And I think to the point of having diverse teams, I think when we look at these different companies, not everybody's good at evaluating every company. But I take it back to my own experience growing up. I came to the US as a penniless immigrant. I'm from Togo in West Africa. And growing up in a very patriarchal society where pretty much men run everything, what I saw growing up, including with my mom, who was a hardworking, working class seamstress, is that a lot of the guys, because the men make all the decisions, as soon as they made money and the salary came, they went and spent the money, they went to the bar, they went to drink, they spent money on girlfriends, on mistresses or whatever, whereas the women were so much better at managing the money. And if you look at societies, not just in Africa, but Latin America, Asia, women are so much better at managing household decisions when it comes to financial literacy. However, they are not empowered to make those decisions. So I start with my own household in terms of my wife and how I want to make sure that we are equal partners in making those decisions. Same with our fund, the Equity Alliance. We are partners in making those investment decisions.
So I think the question of how can we help each other, a lot of it is telling the stories, because people don't necessarily, they feel like, right, that we've got this amazing day, we've got this amazing organization, and then we're like, check, we're done. But I think getting investment committees, getting people into great seats like yours, there are more women now that are chief investment officers of family offices and institutions, but there aren't enough. And just kind of not settling for that. And Claude, your story about family is, it makes me laugh, because so my parents came here from China, Taiwan, a Chinese restaurant, immigrants, American dream. But my mom gets a PhD in molecular biology, works for different gene therapy startups. My dad's been trading stocks. Bear with me real quick. Now, my dad's been trading options for 15 years, reasonably successful, got 2 kids through college. But my mom retired last year and has become his risk manager. And he calls me literally every day and is like, I'm making more money than ever because your mom saves me from myself. And it's just again,
that's amazing.
I think one of like women as CIOs, investors in general, I think actually women have maybe a higher aversion to risk, which therefore I think makes us better risk managers, right? I think and that flows through to, starting companies and all of these other things that just, I think leads to success. One last data piece that I'll end with, which I think is opportunity. Today, there's a statistic that women control 80+% of purchasing power in their households, and that's only going to increase between now and 2030. Today, in terms of wealth, women control about 11 trillion. By 2030, that number is going to be 30 trillion. So if someone's looking to start a new business or start a fund or think about the ways that people invest and manage money that's out there, just women are just a huge demographic and opportunity. So I think that should, sort of ending on the positive note that Wendy has imbued us with, like, I think this is just such an exciting time to think about investing in all ways in women.
Amazing. Thank you, Rebecca, David, Claude. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this day is coming to an end very quickly. We've got two more things really quickly, and we're all out of here. I'd like to call Rosaria Chayo to the stage. Say a couple of words. Thank you so much. Rosario Chayo. Is she here? Okay, Rosario. Okay. It's Rosario, it's Ebony giving you a closing statement, and it's Wendy woohooing you out of here.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Wendy. Well, how many minutes do I have? Thank you. 2. Okay. I was born in a shoemaker family. And when I finished my college, my father had to shut down the factory. So I started business management because I thought I was going to do that forever. Then I married a wonderful guy. I'm still with him 35 years later. And he has an automotive company, which is not my issue. So because I came here in 2016, I started a bee business because I have asthma and I was almost going to die with my bronchs and my lungs and everything. So because of Wendy, I put up this company. Because I met this girl, remember? She used to sell lemonade with honey. And then I realized my mother had given me honey when I was young because I had this issue. So I started with the widow movement in my hometown, Toluca, state of Mexico. And today we are 6 here, which are pushing this movement and helping more women grow. And I have realized that our voice, if we believe in ourselves, it's so strong. So I said, who is this Wendy Diamond? Well, shouldn't she come to Mexico and swerve for us what we're all doing together? So we called up the Latin America ambassadors, and they all came to Mexico. And Wendy came. So we did an amazing summit. That was, I think, 2017. And I realized that when we are confident and when we have this passion, things work so well. So I'm here to present a beautiful book as a wonderful recognition to Wendy, to this movement, to all of you, because these stories should be told in so many languages. We have to learn that women in Mexico or Uganda or Zimbabwe, we are the same. We want warmth, we want love, we want family, we want to grow like big queens. So, thank you, Wendy.
Okay, I got to do it again. Hold on. This crazy lady right here is so funny. So we're at a retreat in Mexico. I don't know if y'all know, but Mexico has the worst coffee I've ever had. It's the weakest coffee. So I'm at this retreat with all these ladies, and we're talking about what we're going to do in Central America and South America and the whole thing. And I literally was like dying for coffee. And they're like, oh, we have to go somewhere today. And when we go there, I see this like espresso place. I'm like, I gotta stop. And they all go in, right? And no one tells me anything what we're doing, right? They just, bring us in. And I get the coffee and I walk in. It was the city hall. What was it? Yeah, it was the city hall.
And the next thing I know, there's like this orchestra. It's every single congressman, president of the state of Mexico. And the next thing they're like, Wendy, go. And they put me, and I'm sitting in front of everybody. And the next thing I know, they're officially proclaiming Women's Entrepreneurship Day in Mexico. And I'm like, John, couldn't you? I would have wore something different. I would have looked good. I wasn't even ready for that. So she gave me one of the funniest experiences of my life, literally. And I didn't even get to drink my coffee. All right, woo!
Let me wrap up. Okay. So I'm inviting all of you to share your story in this book. We will be printing it in English for next year. So I have some cards so that you can join us. All we need is 20 minutes or 30 with your interview, a great photo that you might already have, and we will put it up. It's already in the webpage, and we want to print it out for next year and make it thicker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosario. Thank you so much. Beautiful. Beautiful work. We are ending this day out, and I just want to leave you with these words. Today, we've celebrated the strength, resilience, and vision of women entrepreneurs, the trailblazers shaping the future. Let's continue to empower and uplift each other as we move forward. As we close, remember, every challenge is an opportunity, every setback a lesson. Keep dreaming big, taking risks, and creating impact. Thank you for being part of today's inspiring journey. Together, we rise, we thrive, and we lead with purpose. Come back next year and join We Do. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you to the incredible Ebony, who just makes it seem so easy, right? Woohoo! So, closing this off, I just want to say thank you to everyone. We are so grateful because of today. We've been able to now support the 5th cohort of Defy Ventures Women's Group. And this is an important program. And if anybody wants to come to prison, it's one of the life-changing things. Everyone yells at me when they go to prison with me because you got to get up at like 4 a.m. and you got to take a 3-hour bus ride, and they're complaining and saying, how did you make me do this? And then after, they're crying, saying, thank you so much for giving me this gift. So that's one of the things that we have coming up. Another thing is we're going to Honduras because I love going back and seeing the women. So if anybody wants a life-changing trip to go to Honduras, you can come with us. We'll send stuff out after so you can kind of see it. And we are so happy if anybody has programs or anybody has schools or is anybody's involved with anything that can be part of our free education program for AI, we're happy to give it to you. It's for free and it's super easy to do. And last thing I want to say is women perform 66% of the world's work, and we only make 10% of the world's income. That's crazy. And this is what we have to change. And we also have to take note that women control literally 85% of their money, right? And 35 trillion, not billion, trillion dollars, right? So that is why we need to support women. We need to choose women when we're thinking of purchasing things. We need to choose women when we're thinking of, art and everything, because it's literally women are underfunded, underrepresented, and it's time we need to change that. And we're going to have fun doing it. Woohoo! So thank you so much for supporting this and being part of this amazing day. Thank you.
you.